You're gonna want to mute the live stream so it doesn't start talking. There you go. And then don't forget to share your screen. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, now the swearing in of new senators and associates. If there's anyone that still needs to be sworn in, please come up to the front. And the Deputy Chief Justice will administer the oath of office.
All right. I state your name.
I, Audrey Laffey,
Swear by, this is the old, this is actually the old oath of office. Marcus, do you have the new one?
I have.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to initial your old one.
Point of clarification, is the candidate supposed to be one with the microphone, or both individuals supposed to have a microphone?
Both individuals, I don't know where the handheld one is.
Okay.
Got it, Marcus.
Personal privilege, have them stand closer to the microphone so everyone can hear.
Yeah, we're getting the handheld one. Thank you.
You could grab their microphone, that one.
You can go on that one. Thank you.
Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Audrey Laffey,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth
set forth
by the Constitution
by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associate Students of Colorado University
and will rightfully perform
and will regularly perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Now we'll move into beginning roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Speaker DeSalvo.
Here.
Speaker for Sarasota.
Caracino.
She's here.
Absubakari.
Present.
Senator Abunani.
Here.
Associate Senator Asan.
Here.
Chair Athay. AP here. Associate Senator Barron. Here. Associate Senator Barton.
Present.
Senator Billida. Billida was not present today. Senator Bouchard. Here. Senator Cordero. Here. Senator Correa.
Here.
Senator Denson.
Here.
Senator Doyle.
Here.
Senator Epperson. Here. Senator Gebu. Present. Senator Godfrey.
Here.
Senator Johnson. Here. Senator Juarez. Here. Senator Kilburn.
Here.
Senator Kramer. Here. Senator Laffey. Present. Senator Lowe.
Here.
Senator McCollum. Here. Senator Melka.
I am present.
Senator Nguyen.
Here.
Senator Grayson.
Here.
Senator Pereira. Senator Reese.
Present.
Chair Rencher. Here. Chair Salazar.
Here.
Senator Sanchez. Here. Chair Schumer. Present. Senator Shetty.
Yep.
Parliamentarians, Here.
Senator Taylor,
Here.
Senator Thomas, Chair Trout,
Present.
Senator Vega, Senator Parker, Associate Senator Deep, Senator Ayala,
Here.
Senator Hill,
Here.
Senator Ritter,
Present.
Senator Schmidt, Senator McHale, Senator Morgan, Senator Jacobs,
Here.
Associate Senator Melchior,
Here.
Associate Senator Hooley, Senator Lazoya,
Present.
Senator Weaver,
Here.
Associate Senator Chacon. Here. Senator Belker. Senator Graham,
Here is Kelly. Sorry, Kelly.
Senator Bernard, Senator Zoe, Senator Laffey,
Here, associate.
Anyone who wasn't called, Senator Correa.
I motion to move the consent agenda below judicial reports and add the minutes of the 28th of September on it.
I'm gonna second that.
Chair Table, you have something?
Yeah, sorry, the microphone wouldn't turn on. Can we at a minimum postpone that until after we reach judicial reports so that we can make sure that we are voting on that according to the motion from last week? Cool,
Saying move consent agenda below judicial reports that you can give your opinion and we can vote on it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that's, I would personally rather just wait and do it after judicial reports. We can have like pre-plan or make that motion then. Would you be willing to wait until after? Thank you.
Cool. Before we get into consent agenda, if you would allow me maybe just a minute or two. I think one of the real benefits of this new Senate is that we have a lot of new faces. And one of the drawbacks of the Senate is that we have a lot of new faces, as far as a lot of us really not knowing each other or having the opportunity to get to know each other. And so some of you may know my story, some of you may not. For the first 14 years of my life, I grew up on the east side of Pueblo, Colorado. The neighborhood I grew up in was a majority minority neighborhood. The schools I went to up until high school were majority minority, and I was never made to feel that I was different or an outcast. I was accepted really with open arms by a Hispanic family that included a lot of first generation Americans. But I acknowledge that on the flip side, if the roles were reversed, and many of the folks in this chamber have not felt that or would not have felt that. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that people who look like me and people who have been in leadership positions have harmed you. And for those of you who don't know me, perhaps that's what you associate with me. And so I want to extend this opportunity over the next month, which it's in my job description and yours, to just have B and all senators meet one-on-one, senators and associates, and just talk and get to know each other. And you could share your stories. I could tell you a little bit about mine, and we could get to know each other as people. You could let me know what you need from me and what I can do for you. Secondly, just to finish this off, it's important to acknowledge that for many of you, this space has caused harm, not just within the last couple of weeks, but previously. And I guess there was an attempt by me, not really understanding that fully, to kind of move things along. But that shouldn't be the strategy. And so for those of you who've been harmed by this space historically, or me within the past few weeks, I'll say 2 words that you'll rarely hear from leaders, which I think is unfortunate. I'm sorry. So now we'll move into the consent agenda. Is there any dissent? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to gallery input. Is there anyone from the gallery who wishes to speak at this time?
Can I make a motion to add a BSOP ratification to the agenda and put it at the top of confidence business?
Second.
Okay, so all those in favor of putting BSOF ratification at the top of confidence business, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? This passes unanimously. Parliamentarian will reflect that change. Yes, Officer Picard.
Point of information, what's BSOF for people who are not familiar? If you don't mind.
BSOP stands for Board for Student Organization Funding, and I'll be talking more about it later as well. In executive report.
Cool. So now that that change is reflected, I'll move on to the gallery. Advisor Deardahl.
Thanks, everyone. So I'm actually here to share from a colleague in Slice about a program that if you're in a student organization that is looking for a quick way to fundraise, and maybe previously have worked with Ramride, which I know we're going to hear from off-campus Life in just a moment. What's coming around here is flyers to talk about Rams for Change. So from my colleague, hello ASCSU, seeking 3 to 4 hours of service, hoping to bond more with each other and our Rams beyond ASCSU. If you're part of a registered student organization wanting $100+ for your registered student organization, well, we have good news for you. Rams for Change is looking for volunteers. So there will be multiple, I'm going to paraphrase it. There's going to be multiple opportunities to come up, but especially we're looking for volunteers for Saturday, October 29th. So it's 2 weeks from this Saturday. It's for 3 to 4 hours of time. They're really desperately looking for volunteers. So not only will you be helping out in the community in different ways, also you'll be able to fundraise for your student organization. It is time sensitive. So if your student organization is interested in participating on Saturday, October 29th, the priority deadline to commit is this upcoming Monday, October 17th. Thanks, Roz. How you'll sign up, so what's being passed around, there's a QR code. So there's team leaders with volunteer teams. You'll complete the information on the website and a commitment form. If you're an individual who also just wants to help, there's an opportunity to do that. And hopefully you can all spread the word in various spaces that you're in. So take care and thanks for considering Rams for Change. Sincerely, Sarah and the community support team. So, and let me know if you have any questions. I'll be in the back. And since I have the microphone, remember Utah State is coming this Friday. So if you want to connect with other student government leaders and have free Pueblo Viejo, meet at noon here in the office. I yield.
Thank you, Advisor Deardahl. Anyone else from the gallery with input? Seeing none, we'll move into our guest speaker, which is Off-Campus Life.
Hi, y'all. Good evening. My name is Lindsay Mason. I use she, her pronouns, and I serve as the director of Off-Campus Life. I'm joined here with my co-presenter.
Hi, my name is Haley McManey, and I am the graduate assistant over in Off-Campus Life.
There's a handout coming around. That handout will be explained more near the end of our presentation. Before I begin, I first want to acknowledge that we have some other staff members with us here that may help be answering questions or adding into our presentation. So in the back, we have May Tice, Malia Berry, and Elijah Levain, all of which they all serve as nightly operations coordinators for Ramride. And then of course, Sammy Trout is also one of our Ramride student night op coordinators. Then I also have some full-time staff. I have Tapasio Aranda, who serves as our program coordinator, Justin Schwindeman Curtis, who's our assistant director, and then Stevie Jorgensen, who is our property manager liaison. Stevie is the one managing the Good Neighbor program, which is one of the programs that ASCSU funds. Okay, so I have a PowerPoint that, yes, Ramride Reimagined. Okay, so I'm incredibly appreciative of the opportunity to present with you all tonight. I'm going to start off our presentation by talking a little bit about the history of Ramride and what Ramride's traditional model has looked like. Haley is then going to explain some new university policies that have come into play that are unfortunately significantly impacting Ramride. And then we're trying to figure out what does the future of Ramride look like. And so we're excited for your feedback or clarification questions to help us think through what this program could look like in the future. So Ramride, when it started, okay, sorry, there's the agenda that I just went over. Okay, Ramride started in 2003. It was actually founded here in ASCSU, and it was ASCSU that got Ramride up to being 19 vehicles running over the weekends late at night. And also it's ASCSU that established the volunteer model that proved to be successful for about 18 years. In 2013, Ramride then moved into off-campus life. We kept the 19 vehicles, we kept the same volunteer model. The only thing we did differently when it moved over was we increased the amount of funding that a student organization could fundraise through Ramride. We've had a couple of temporary adjustments to the program. So during the 2021 school year, when most students were remote, we switched over to partner almost exclusively with Lyft. We were offering up to 4 free rides for students each month nationwide. Then last year, when most of us were able to come back in person, we were able to bring Ramride's Night Ops fleet back online. And we also continued with a modified partnership with Lyft. And we also, during those 2 years, have been running a program we call Food Ops. Food Ops is where Ramride drivers deliver food from the Rams Against Hunger food pantry to students or staff that cannot visit the pantry in person. Okay, so a little bit about Ramride and how it's traditionally run. So Ramride, for most of its life, existed as a late night safe ride program. It operated at one point for Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. It has transitioned to Friday and Saturday nights, but it's out there doing late night rides from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. The model that ASCSU established that off-campus life then continued to coordinate is what we call a one-time volunteer model. The far majority of Ramride volunteers are student organizations that are fundraising for their student org. The most popular fundraising option is for a student org to bring 30 drivers and navigators, and then Ramride would pay that student organization $1,000. So a lot of money, it's in one night, really popular with student orgs. Those student organizations would sign up ahead of time, tell us how many people they were bringing, most of the time 30, but there were other options in there for smaller groups. The organization would decide amongst themselves who was going to serve as a driver and navigator, and the organization would make sure that those drivers and navigators were submitting the required documentation ahead of time, like a driver's license and things like that. That model meant that Ramride, as a team, we didn't actually need to know who was coming in on behalf of the student org until that night, because we would just make sure that the documents were submitted. We really like this model for 2 reasons. One, Ramride gives back about $50,000 a year to student orgs. So that's a significant amount of money going back into our student organizations that can then use it to put on their own programs and services. But then additionally, it gave student organizations a lot of flexibility in figuring out who would serve on behalf of their organization. So if someone got sick or an emergency came up, the student org could make a last-minute switch of who was going to fill in for that. For their 30 spots. So again, we didn't need to know until the night of. Has anyone here, last year, did anyone here volunteer for Ramride? Has anyone driven or navigated? Yeah, okay, I see some hands. Nice. Yeah, so super popular for sure, and it's one of the pieces of the program that we're really proud of. Are there any questions about Ramride's history or how the traditional model worked? Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Haley, who's going to describe some new policies that have come into effect again, and then help us figure out what do we do moving forward.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. Yeah, so now that we have some context about the historical past of Ramride and also what Ramride's model has looked like, you might all now be wondering, okay, so why the sudden change? Over the summer, the university announced 2 new policies that have unfortunately had pretty significant effects to the way we operate. The two of them are, the first one is that every individual who drives a motor vehicle for a university now needs to have at least a driver's license for at least 1 year. The second one is that every individual that drives a university vehicle also needs to done an MVR check or a motor vehicle records check. So before we go into why this has had such a significant impact on Ramride, we do want to say that we are fully in support of these 2 new requirements as they keep insurance costs down for the university, and we understand the logic behind them. Unfortunately, they've had some pretty significant impacts in that the time that it takes for us to fill out MVR checks in order for them to pass by Friday and Saturday operations is a significant amount of time for our staff. We go about 60 MVR checks a week and about 1,600 a year. So that's hours out of the week for our staff that is processing MVR checks. Also, with the 1-year driver's license requirement, that does take a significant pool of drivers away from us, as a lot of university students are new to driving. A lot of the time we have to make sure that the accuracy of the information that we're getting from students inputting their documents matches up so that we're able to submit them MVR checks without them coming back. And also there's now cost associated with every MVR check that we run. Because of this, it's no longer sustainable for us to run Ramride the way that we traditionally have. I know that this can be a bit disappointing to hear, that something that has been a tradition on campus isn't going to look the same. But here is where we want to engage all of you. We want to know, where do we go from here? And we think this is a great opportunity to get feedback from students who use our services, right? So first, if you would like Ramride to keep its own fleet running, stay tuned for the next slide, and we'll look at what different models for our own fleet could look like in the future. But we do want to put out there that there are different ways that Ramride could potentially operate or not operate. This semester, as you might know, we are running exclusively through Lyft. We put a Lyft code out every weekend for Friday and Saturday and Thursday nights that you can find in our spare app. We could continue to run exclusively through Lyft if you all felt as though that was a sustainable option and you feel as though that is something that you enjoy. However, we also encourage you all to think about, is Ramride still something desired on this campus? Is a Safe Ride program something that ASCSU students still feel as though is useful? Now, if you think that Ramride is a useful and valuable program and you see students really utilizing this service, I would love you all to now direct your attention to the handout that I passed out in the beginning. So this handout has different models that we as a staff have been toying around as we try to consider what our future could look like. The first is a fully paid model. The consideration with the fully paid model would be, we would now be hiring drivers and navigators as fully paid staff for our office. That would increase our budget, as you can see, from $60,000 to about $160,000. And that is not something that we can accomplish on our own. The next is a fully volunteer model. You can read a little bit more information about that on the handout, but basically everybody would be fully volunteers if they were coming to come drive Ramride vehicles. You would not be getting any monetary gain from that. We could also do a mix of paid driver and volunteer navigator. That would definitely keep our costs down. However, it wouldn't be guaranteed that the driver and navigator would know each other. And we know that this is a lot of times used as bonding for a team coming in together. So we know that that might be a concern. We're also considering potentially having individual volunteers who earn some sort of incentive for volunteering with us. Some ideas we've tossed around are potentially being able to pay part of your tuition or paying for a meal plan. We don't know if those would be things that we would be allowed to do, but those are some ideas that we've been tossing around. And then we also have a model, which you can see on there, is named the Mendoza Model after one of our student staff who came up with it. We also understand that not having Ramride does take student funding for student organizations away from student orgs. And that is really important to us to keep going. So this model would be student orgs pledging a certain number of volunteers that would pick nights throughout the semester to volunteer with us. And then at the end of the semester, the orgs who pledged those volunteers and then kept up with those volunteer dates that they selected would then be able to get paid at the end of the semester. We obviously know that it would be the end of the semester, so you might have to rethink the fundraising that you're doing, the timeline of that. There's another consideration there. Maybe not. Okay, and then of course, we are open for your ideas. If there is another way that this could look that is not on our radar that you're thinking about now, we'd love to hear it. Okay, so here's where you all come in. We'd love to have some time now where we hear from you in this space. But also, if you flip over that page and you see the QR code on the back, we also have an assessment online. We would love for you all to also complete this assessment. As if you're comfortable, it would give us some demographic data, which I think would be really important for us. And also, we might be able to catch your thoughts a little bit more clearly via the assessment. It will say on there that it will take about 15 to 20 minutes to complete, but that is because Lindsay and I have recorded this session, and that usually if you're taking this assessment, you would be watching those videos. So it won't take that long for all of you. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Point of information, I just want to know, would you allow us to bring your information to our various constituencies at our various offices and our engineering and our colleges to see what they would like in RAM implementation and then send you that data?
Yeah, the more feedback we can get right now, the better. Absolutely. So it would be awesome if you could share that QR code with them. They can watch this presentation that Haley and I just gave, and they can give us their feedback on there. That would be lovely.
Okay, thank you.
We also want to plug that if folks would like to come in person, we will also be hosting various informational sessions similar to this throughout the next month, that students are more than welcome to come and attend as well. So if you want to plug those for friends, to give us in-person feedback as well.
So we're curious if there are any models that you're like, this makes a lot of sense, or this would not do well, or your feedback.
So the one that I like on here, it's the Mendoza model one, just because we would have students like organizations still making money. I like this one because it does that. So this is the one that I think would be good. And then I also like the mixed model as well. I just have one question. So it doesn't do Thursday nights, right?
We don't currently have plans to bring the fleet online Thursday nights currently, but
Okay.
it doesn't mean that it is forever. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think as a student, and I think I speak for a lot of students at CSU, I think having this on Thursday nights would be really beneficial and would help with safety concerns and stuff like that as well. So that's something that I definitely think you guys should look into, and I think you'd have a lot of support behind that. But yeah, that's the model that I think is the good one. The Mendoza model, I'm a big fan of that, so I would look into doing that. Thank you.
So to confirm on the Mendoza model, if a student organization, say, had 30 members, and they said, okay, but 5 of you will serve as Ramride drivers and navigators 4 times each. So essentially this really small subset of that student org is going to volunteer multiple times. That's what's going to earn the student org $1,000. Do you feel like student organizations at large, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask you, would say yes? Instead of all of us coming in for one night, we'll just have a handful of people come in multiple times.
I think I am not too sure on that. I think there's a chance that they would say yes. I think it honestly would probably depend on the organization for sure. So.
Hi, great presentation. I had a question about what would it look like if we were doing the mixed model, and if we're doing the Mendoza model and we're doing student organization based volunteering. would there be people from different student organizations on the same night?
Yes,
Is
yes.
Is it still possible then to do nights specifically for one student org or two student orgs?
So it would depend how many students that each org is pledging. But the thing is that student orgs will pledge those volunteers in the beginning of the semester. So what we're seeing is we have a concern with the amount of MVR checks that we're doing weekly, right? But if we had to run all those MVR checks in the beginning of the semester at one time, that is kind of what we're looking for from these models. So when I mean, it could be possible that if you pledged a certain amount of volunteers and then had them all sign up for dates specifically, we're not absolutely positive how this would look, but if you had them all sign up for the same dates, then maybe just two orgs would be volunteering on those specific dates. But based on the amount of volunteers we're anticipating from each orgs and the amount of nights we're expecting each volunteer to volunteer in, I'm not sure if that would work out that way.
You've got me thinking about student organizations that we oftentimes see to come in and support one another or use as an opportunity to get to know folks in the other group. So that it's not something I had thought about before, that would be a potential loss in this model. If there were two student organizations that specifically kind of wanted to like sponsor a night or kind of own that night.
So in this mixed model, the volunteers would not be paid, like the student orgs would not be paid, right?
In the mixed model, those would be individual volunteers that are paid and then volunteer. But in the Mendoza model, the student orgs would be paid.
Okay, so the Mendoza model is the only model where student organizations will be paid.
Correct.
That we've currently brainstormed, but we also could be missing something for sure. So we're also 100% welcoming ideas that we have not thought of. I see.
I like the Mendoza model, especially adding on to what's already been said. I think it's great to incentivize organizations to, put students out there who want to, but that is concern now it's been brought up with a certain organization taking over a day. You don't want that. One thing I really like about the fully volunteer model is that it does, incentivize people to go out there and try it once. I did Ramrod once my freshman year, and it was awesome. It changed my perspective a lot on going out and actually working for a cause and helping people find a safe way home. I would definitely advise against the fully paid model because I think the big goal with Ramrod drivers is to have as many people as possible out there driving and, as many people having the opportunity to try it once. But I really like the Mendoza model too, with having organizations be able to earn money for the efforts they've put. But yeah, I definitely would advise against having organization people have a certain date, or even maybe not even allowing organizations to do back-to-back weeks, just so as many different people can have perspectives as possible on that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about sometimes we do get students that walk into off-campus life, they ask kind of like, what do y'all do here? And they're new to CSU, they're trying to figure it out, they're looking for ways to get involved, and we're like, you and a friend should go out and drive and navigate for Ramride and have a good time, it's because usually it's fun. You have some really cool conversations with the people that you're giving rides to. It's usually a really enjoyable experience as long as you're a nighttime person. And so, yeah, I hadn't thought about losing that.
So as far as the Mendoza model is concerned, could you just gauge for us maybe the buy-in from student organizations so far? How many would be interested in doing that, or?
We don't know. You're the first to hear about it. You're
Okay.
the first group that we're presenting to. So yeah, you're the first to hear. So we don't know yet.
So
We'll go here, then up, then I feel like I have someone down here as well.
thank you, Senator, got you. So my question was, is there any limit on how many nights the student orgs can sign for, and also the number of volunteers in the Mendoza model? And if you do not get a single student org sign up for one night, own that night, is it possible that multiple student organizations can sign up for one night with limited number of volunteers, like 2 or 3 volunteers per student org?
I think the latter of what you said is what the Mendoza model, at least as I'm imagining, will end up looking like, that multiple student orgs will be volunteering each night because those orgs will pledge individuals on the front end of the semester, and then those individuals will go in and select the dates that work best for them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I hadn't thought about the limit, because right now we do place a limit on how many organizations can get the $1,000 deal or $500 deals to make sure that we can spread the money as much as possible. I hadn't thought about what if there is an organization that's saying, we can do the 5 nights for $1,000, but we actually want to do 10 nights to get 2,000. I haven't thought about that yet. Yeah, thank you for the question.
So in regards to the Mendoza model and participation, my fraternity actually brought up Ramride in our chapter meeting on Monday, saying we did it last year and we wanted to work previously and we wanted to do it again. So you definitely have some support. I'm wondering, I'm definitely a fan of this. How much support would you need to get one of these models up and off the ground? And do you have any like time limits or constraints that you're hoping to hit? Like when are you trying to kind of move out of this stage and then into something new?
We want to do data collection for 1 month, and we want to bring Ramride's fleet back online in the spring semester or first weekend of classes.
Fantastic, thank you.
And I feel like in the back.
Yes, hi. So I just had a question about the Mendoza model because it says that volunteers would sign up at the beginning of the semester. However, I am aware that in the fall especially, students are partying a lot more than usual, just because it is like everyone getting back together. So how would that be accounted for? Like, could it be a partial lift code at the beginning of the semester before volunteers have been selected? Or how would that look, especially for like higher demand weekends, like Halloween weekend coming up? I know like partying will be at an all-time high. At the end of finals, partying is at an all-time high, things like that.
Okay, I have a question for you. So that's a good point, that even in the years where Ramride has run successfully with this one-time volunteer model that ASCSU started, the first 2 weeks were usually rough for us to get enough volunteers because so many student organizations were just getting going for the semester. So then what we started to implement is what we call a pickle plan. It's when we don't have volunteers the week of and we're in a pickle. And so then we double the amount of money that we would give student organizations to fundraise to essentially incentivize them, like get together quickly, you could get $2,000. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I had never thought about let me take it back. If Ramride ever didn't have a fleet on the road, we were like, okay, we could run a lift code instead as like our fail-safe. But I had never thought, here's my question. Let's say Halloween this year is going to be on a Monday night. We're not going to have we wouldn't have the Ramride fleet anyways. We would be running a lift code. But let's say Halloween was on a Friday night, a night where Ramride's fleet would have been running. Yes, it is by far one of the busiest nights for Ramride, Party Reg, all the things that we see that's happening off campus for sure. If we were to run a lift code simultaneously of when Ramride's fleet is on the road, do you think students would prefer the lift ride or prefer to get the ride with Ramride?
I think Lyft is more integrated into most students. Like they have it already for other reasons of like getting to the airport, just getting around town. So I think that's easier. I also know in the history of like trying to access Ramride myself, they've been booked. So like it's really hard to access just because there's simply not enough vehicles. So you have to use other rideshare services.
So I think that makes me want to kind of bring back the slide before this, the kind of first question that we were going through was, although we see the value in us running Ramride as a fleet of our own, based on that consideration, do you all enjoy that Ramride is run exclusively through Lyft? Is that a model that you think is working this semester and would work successfully in the future? Is that something that we would enjoy?
Very well, my response to this. I think that using Lyft is a problem because Lyft is historically ableist, and also there are potentially some legal implications with using Lyft. So,
thank you.
I appreciate the idea of using Lyft. I think it is accessible, not in terms of what Chair AP is speaking about, but accessible in terms of what someone was saying about how a lot of students have it downloaded on their phones already. I do think, however, that Ramride, a big part of what Ramride is the volunteer aspect and students volunteering to drive. And I think that if it was strictly just Lyft, that would take it away from a lot of what Ramride is to students on campus.
This is like a separate thing, but it was texted to me by someone who isn't here. Because I'm obviously not the president of the Latinx Leadership Council. Pro Tempore said, the Mendoza model of pledging a certain amount of volunteers is more beneficial than the whole organization. I'm president of the Latinx Leadership Council, and I know that not everyone is available or willing to drive people around. So she wants to know, would it be beneficial to have MWR approval be part of the RSO process? And maybe even having a survey of what orgs already have people that are MWR checked.
I've never thought about that. This, we're back here, Ali saying, yes, it could be. Okay. That is a model I had never considered.
There might be some challenges, pushback.
All right, Ollie, he, him, Assistant Director of Involvement, Slice. I'm the one that kind of hangs out in the back. So yes, we can certainly make this happen. There might be some challenges as not all RSO officers have a driver's license or are from the United States, or there's considerations that we certainly will have to think about and work through, but certainly is something that we can work through and talk more deeply about. So happy to entertain that. Feel free to visit me. Happy to chat more with Lindsay and Haley to figure out how we can make this happen. Thanks. I yield.
Thank you. I'm gonna go here. Then I feel like I saw someone up front, then here. Is that okay?
Okay, so there's been lots of talk of this Mendoza person. When will we be able to meet them?
We gotta tell Bertha how famous she is now. So yeah, I know. Unfortunately, that student employee could not be here.
Okay.
But yes.
So like in the event that it may pass, can we like?
Celebrate Bertha always.
Yeah, Bertha
We
campaign.
can always celebrate Bertha.
Thank you.
Okay, I saw someone up front here. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, we're here.
There was mention earlier of being able to send this to constituencies of our colleges, offices, et cetera. Is there any way we would be able to, within the next couple of days, to like write a quick like email draft so we can send those out to emailing lists and whatnot? We can work on that and I can get that figured out for our end, but is that something we'd be able to do?
Yeah, that sounds great. I got a thumbs up from my assistant director. That sounds great.
Yay, okay,
Yes.
awesome. That's the only question I had at this point.
I am a big fan of the incentive model of just like, I think that could get a lot of people to come out and do that, because I know that if I know that me doing that X amount of times in the semester, if that's going to pay my meals or something like that, that's going to make me kind of want to come and check that out. So I think that that's something that could get a lot of people into that. I know that a lot of people seem to like the Mendoza model. So maybe you could have some kind of way that you could do like a combination of the two, of having like the student clubs and stuff doing some of that, and then maybe you have some weekends that don't have a lot of people, and so you can have people sign up to do that with something like the incentive model. Something to think about.
Yeah, currently, I think, or previously, that makes a lot of sense to me. We would have individuals volunteer on the same nights that student orgs would be volunteering, but those individuals would be volunteering as true volunteers. So it would be interesting if we could do it in a way that both student orgs and individual volunteers would be getting an incentive.
Yeah, so like if we've got 15 vehicles, maybe we staff 12 of them through the Mendoza model, but we reserve 3 nights, 3 cars a weekend or something for individuals. Okay, so here's my question. What else would be incentivizing as an individual if you were to come out, say 5 times a semester? We don't know if we can pay tuition. We don't know if we can buy meal plans. We got to figure out what our account allows us to buy. What else would be incentivizing? I'll let you respond, then I'll go here, then I'll go here.
I think to me, just as a college student, money is kind of a big thing. So some kind of like a tuition thing, meal plan, I think something like that. I think that's something that you should definitely look into because that's something that would definitely get me, and I think a lot of people would come out and look at that. But beyond that, I don't totally know. I'm open to suggestions.
So I'm not aware of the logistics of how working with like local businesses would be, but like if you could advertise also to local businesses too. So like, oh, we support Ramride, or like we could fund like the food for the night or something like that, and incentivize to food. Because I know food insecurity is a massive thing here, and it'd be awesome to integrate that if possible.
So serve a meal as a part of the volunteer experience.
Possibility.
Okay, okay.
Point of clarification, I think we did do that. We did give out vouchers for students that were driving. So that was something that they were doing, but that's something to consider in mind.
Yeah, so for historical purposes, Ramride did serve a meal to all volunteers every night pre-COVID. I cannot believe the donors would feed like 50 people, like the same donor every Friday night would feed 50 people all year. It was what the support we got from DP Dough, Pizza Cospa, Sliced Pizza was impressive. Then COVID hit, restaurants took a huge hit. They couldn't donate to us anymore. The logistics as well of getting food and being prepped for 30 people to show up was difficult. So then we switched to a voucher model so that people that were coming in to volunteer could get a free meal, half off their meal or something at a couple restaurants. So yes, yeah, absolutely. Okay, yep.
I think a good personal incentive for that would
Point of personal purpose, please use the microphone.
I think a good personal incentive possibly could we get somebody that volunteered for this, like a parking pass here at CSU. Or like, they don't have to pay any of their parking tickets that they racked up during the semester or something.
For context, Jared had a lot of parking tickets. So.
I'd volunteer if that was the case.
Creative. I mean, it's like off-campus life, we serve commuter students, it like even aligns with us. Okay. We also do basic needs. Food also aligns with us and things. So yeah, love it.
Could you remind me how late Ramride goes?
10 p.m. to 3 a.m. So we tell our volunteers in the traditional model, they would show up between 8 and 8:30, and we would tell them to be prepared to be with us until 4 a.m. because we would take rides until 2:59. So if a ride request came in really late, sometimes we wouldn't have drivers coming back till 3:30 in the morning.
Okay, so in that case, I know since we are students and a lot of us have 8 a.m., so would it be possible that students who are volunteering get university excused absences for the next day in class?
I don't know. If we brought Thursday back is what you're saying, because this would be Friday morning. I don't know. I feel like I'm looking at other staff in the room, like, I don't know.
Does Ramride run on Sunday night?
We do not. Right now, we're Friday, Saturday.
Okay, yeah, so this is just pertaining to Thursday night volunteers.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's created like, I hadn't thought about Ramride and like, how can we support academic success in that way though? I hadn't thought about that. So that's, thank you for the thought. You've got me reflecting around like academic stuff. Let me jump to Ali, then come back here because I'm guessing this is related.
Great question, Sabina. So there are creative ways to provide excusal letters to students that participate either in conferences, competitions, academic related endeavors that support, represent, or sponsor, and like represent CSU in different endeavors. I think something like Ramride, that could be something that it's not guaranteed, but something that folks can look into a little bit more. Perhaps it could be an excusal letter or maybe a notification to faculty for classes that are had the next day if Thursday night is brought back. But nothing in like the AP or faculty council manual. There's like a very specific policy about excused absences. And something like Ramride wouldn't necessarily fit under that, but it would be more of a notification and an FYI for faculty to consider a potential absence or a change or delay, an extension for an assignment for that matter. So nothing in policy is currently written, but something could be discussed to explore that option a little bit more.
That's creative. Thank you.
Yeah, I was kind of curious, just thinking about financial aid and stuff like that. Have you considered work study as a possibility, maybe? Like, I know that it could be like an easy way for like college
college students may catch on the weekend. And it would also like provide even more funding for Ramride because, people could apply with their work studies. I don't know if that's something you've thought about at all.
So we definitely have work study employees that supervise Ramride or work in other parts of off-campus life, for sure. I had never thought about work study as a part of the driver navigator experience. Can work study be used if you're not an employee?
As far as I know, I don't think so. I think it's like only paid positions.
But am I understanding you correctly though, but if we were to do a paid model or pay some driver navigators, because our budget assumptions, 60,000 is how much we would budget to give to student orgs. It would jump us to about 160,000 if we were to pay every driver and navigator. But if we were to have some limited amount of paid drivers and navigators out there, we could restrict it to work study only, allowing our budget to be able to take them on. If am I in your line of thought or am I off here?
I think I might have lost you. I'm sorry. I lost you.
I had never thought about work study in application to a driver navigator role. So if we decide to pay driver navigators, I think that would be excellent.
I think it'd be a good idea.
Yeah, thank you.
One potential model that I think might work is if you use the Mendoza model. So you can support organizations and then you can have like backup volunteer drivers with some lower incentives than you would if it was just volunteer drivers. So you could have people who, if they don't keep their promise of being a volunteer for X nights, like these are the nights they're free, then they won't get those incentives. But if they are a volunteer driver and organizations don't end up making it out, you don't have to raise how much you're paying them. You can just pull in your emergency team and then they already agreed to do it. So that could potentially work out and you can give them lower incentives.
What do you think would be an incentive for them?
Well, I was thinking more with like how you already had the individual volunteers with incentives. So it would be like if you could figure out something with tuition or meal plans, and you could just use less than you would if that was the full model.
Okay, I'm hearing like kind of like an on-call team that still gets benefits from serving in that role.
One thing that for that statement, I would say you could incentivize them with gas mileage, like reimbursement of some sort. Like I know like for a lot of work, it's like 0.62 like per gallon per miles driven. So that could be an option. But I was additionally thinking you could do like student organization volunteers and then potentially open it up for nonprofits and local like organizations in the community that could also really benefit from funding. Because like obviously like they're not receiving as much as they probably should. So yeah, that could also be an additional idea as like a backup option, but still like giving back to the community.
Sometimes we get student organizations that would come out to volunteer just as true volunteer, that the student org would say, yeah, we'll bring you 30 people, but we don't want any money. We just want to volunteer. I never thought about like, what if they could fundraise on behalf, like they could benefit another organization to say, well, your 1,000 will go here.
Yes, or like the nonprofit or organization can provide volunteers and the money that they get from supporting Ramride, like that would be given to student organizations traditionally would be given to that nonprofit as a way to like fund for themselves.
You've got me thinking about, okay, so if I'm not mistaken, and correct me if anyone knows this, I think you have to be affiliated with the university to drive a university-owned vehicle. So if we had like a nonprofit in the community, but they weren't staff or students here, I don't think they could drive, but I think they could navigate. Like, I don't think there's motor pool policy against them serving as navigators. It's Ramride's policy that we've always wanted them to be students. But it could be interesting if there was a student org that wanted to fundraise on behalf of that nonprofit and say, well, we'll bring the drivers, you bring the navigators.
Or if there's a way for them to become affiliated with CSU in some way, that could also be a potential idea.
Thank you.
We also do have only a couple more minutes. So if you have any questions or comments, try to wrap them up.
I do want to ask, we have had conversations about this, but how would Ramride in its next iteration be more accessible for students who need that? I understand we only have the one fleet or one vehicle that's accessible for students. Would that be should that be something that Ramride takes into consideration moving forward, of at least having at least one vehicle that is accessible for disabled students?
Yes, so I'm currently in conversations with Justin Dove, Director of Student Disability Center, about that accessible vehicle to see if what would it take to us to go through the training and be able to roll it into our night fleet. I'm in talks with him and our lawyer to figure out how, if we're not in compliance, can we like get money somewhere to say, well, we got to come into compliance, we need a vehicle.
Okay, because I think that one could be really beneficial for getting, because for that one, you have to be trained in that specific vehicle and know how to operate it safely. That vehicle, we could potentially incentivize a little bit more of an added benefit of, hey, if you're willing to operate and go through more of this training, we can give you more of an incentive to do so. It would also be really beneficial if we do the model of multiple volunteers coming in, so the same ones operate the same vehicle, and those get hashed out, or even if we have enough staff to do that on our own to be able to do that, that's something we could consider.
Thank you. I want to go here, and then I want to confirm with my Ramride staff after that we're not missing any other questions that we should be asking.
This is just like a low stakes reward that I was thinking of. I would do a lot for a free t-shirt and food. So if you did like a cool looking t-shirt and like, not like a stupid t-shirt that's like, I did Ramride, but like it looks cool and like doesn't specifically like give off the vibe that you like, oh my gosh, I did Ramride, but like it's a cool shirt. And then like food, man, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll do it for the shirt.
So I kind of wonder if our shirts have given off that vibe to other people, like this stupid Ramride shirt, like this silly Ramride shirt. So in off-campus life, we've done some intentional work around our student staff salaries and have done some significant bumps to our student staff salaries. In order to make that work, we've had to make some cuts in other areas. For every program I have cut the shirts except Ramride because students love the Ramride shirts. So it's the only one. We just got the order in, and then we take the fleet offline temporarily to talk about timing. But it's the one shirt that I see around campus pretty frequently. But we were going to change it because shirts are really expensive, and when you got like 1,600 volunteers, it's a lot of shirts to provide. So we were implementing a model to be like, okay, once you volunteer 3 times, you get a shirt. So we were thinking the same thing. But now I'm kind of nervous that my shirt's silly. So I feel like I gotta look at the shirt. So yes.
Hi, Senator for Adult Learner and Veteran Services. I think that our community most heavily likes the fully paid model or the paid driver volunteer navigator, just because a lot of the adults have been driving for 1+ years, usually a lot longer than that. Also, we have, I don't like to speak for everybody, but I would like to say that most of the adults have a pretty clean motor vehicle record. And so maybe that would help expedite, but also to get some of the more experienced drivers, more relaxed drivers. One of the big incentives would be either pay maybe a t-shirt. I don't know if the adults would really like that, but we do kind of want to see where we would get a benefit out of that. I know that a lot of adults have families and prior commitments to do and to commit to. And so I think that, like, yes, the Mendoza model in theory would be great, but essentially when you sign up for something, when you volunteer for something, you have to put it on your calendar. And so what if your volunteers aren't remembering that they volunteered, which seems to happen a lot. Like you have a lot of big feedback, you have a lot of great positive people that want to come and help, and then they forget. And so how can we make sure that if we volunteer that we're going to follow through, and if we do a income or pay or food or t-shirt based incentive, how can we make sure that it applies to not only our young students but also our adult students?
Thank you. I appreciate that for sure. We've been thinking a lot about graduate students as well, and that knowing that a lot of our graduate students are adult learners and making sure they know, one, that they can use Ramride as a service, but then also fundraise with it. So yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Ramride staff, are there any questions that we should be asking right now before we end? This has been incredibly helpful. Thank you so much for the creative brainstorming. you are our first ones, and of course, we want to honor Ramride's traditional ties back to ASCSU, and that y'all represent our student body population. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, that was great. Great questions, comments, suggestions, everyone. We'll now move into executive reports. Is there anyone from the executive branch who wishes to report?
Oh, all right, cool. We'll get right into it then. Hello, Senate. It's good to see you as always. I'm your Secretary of State, as a reminder. Hope you're all doing well. I just have an update from the president since he was not able to make it today. President Long says he had a Board of Governors meeting with local businesses as well to talk about the residence halls to advertise the LIFT project. Also, he attended the Indigenous Peoples Day keynote with Beth Wright and learned a lot about Native American Rights Fund. With Vice President Sandoval, he is working to help the Pride Research Center fund the House of Ovis drag show events. And he will be back in Senate next week and looks forward to seeing you all. As for me, I'm working with Traditions right here just to get things off the ground and going. Also, Utah State is visiting this Friday. So if you could be there, that'd be great. They'd love to see you. The interview process for the Director of Academics is now going. So we are now in the interview process. So next week, hopefully we'll be bringing something up here to get ratified by Senate. And then Derek Newberger, our Director of Graduate Affairs. He accomplished something very humongous this last week where he reduced graduate fees talking with the administration because a lot of graduate students were paying for things that they did not benefit from. So he was able to talk to the administration and get that reduced. So yeah, good for him. That's all I have. We'll move on to our Director of Traditions, Reed.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. So this Saturday, October 15th, is the homecoming student tailgate. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to pass out a sign-up sheet for volunteers. We need volunteers in the morning from about 11 a.m. Until 5 p.m. when the tailgate ends. If you can't make it for all that time, I ask that you come for half of it. And if you're only going to be there for half, please mark it down on the sheet. So please sign up. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll hang out all day and have a party.
Hello. Hi, everybody. If I haven't met you yet, I can speak. My name is Charlie Williamson. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm the Director of Diversity and Inclusion this year for the executive branch. I unfortunately haven't been able to be around because as we're all here for school, I'm a theater major. So I had a show and I was in that. But yeah, so I just wanted to come give my first executive report, have a name to a face for folks. For me, my whole goal is this year has been really strengthening the connections between ASCSU and the STPS offices, specifically the professional staff of these offices, as well as other student services, student offices that may not be technically under the STPS umbrella, but still work with those students. And I'm really happy I've been able to support a couple student groups so far, starting some projects for uplifting STPS offices and getting the information out there. I'm just really excited to be back here Wednesday nights and start working with y'all. I served last year as a senator for the Pride Resource Center, so I've been a senator before. I understand that sort of jive that bit. I do think it's important that I speak a little bit on what's been happening in Senate. I know that I am a member of the executive branch, but as a previous senator and as well as the Director of Diversity and Inclusion, it feels important to me to speak a little bit on it. For me, it seems that sort of past mistakes in ASCSU are negatively affecting the current space. And I don't necessarily mean in like events that have happened or who's on whose side. I mean, in just how we acknowledge and how this culture that we have in this space and the history of this space handles conflict, handles privilege, and handles marginalized identities. And the concept, I think it's important to say, the concept of addressing harm in any form, but particularly regarding instances of oppression, thinking or speaking on that as a waste of time is in direct opposition of CSU's principles of community, which I think is arguably a higher form of government document, if you want to talk about that, than necessarily our ASCSU constitution even. We're here for CSU students, and those principles of community need to come first. And the biggest thing that I would want folks to take away from anything that's happened in the past is when tensions became highest, members of your ASCSU community felt unsafe, not just annoyed or uncomfortable, but unsafe. And this time last year, as I said, I was a senator for the Pride Resource Center, the only out transgender person in the room. And it was often a topic of conversation as to why SCPS senator seats weren't full, why we weren't there. And it was something that was talked about largely in this last election cycle as well. And the response, like what happened in the past couple Senate sessions, is exactly why those seats have historically not been full. Not even in the last year, not even the last 2 years. There's things that happened 5, 6, 7 years ago that I've learned about when it comes to SDPS offices in this space that the directors, SDPS directors, still deal with and still worry about when it comes to Senate. I think that we all have the opportunity to grow from this experience, everybody in this room. It all comes down to privilege, and I don't want the word privilege to be a conversation stopper for anyone. It's not a dirty word. It's not something that needs to be thrown around at each other or weaponized, but it's important to the conversation. And I'm excited for the work that I get to do with the executive branch, but I'm also excited to have these conversations with the Senate body. To be a student leader, to be where we are, is an honor and a privilege. And no one should feel unwelcome in this space based on any of their identities. But I also will be the first to tell anybody in this room that if you're not willing to start learning about privilege, acknowledge your bias, apologize when harm has happened, which was a great first step, and I'm excited to see where that goes. If you're not willing to do those things, then leadership, particularly at CSU, may not be the space for you, because at this institution, we value diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we have a land acknowledgement that is more than just something that we say at the beginning of every session. So all of that said, I want to reemphasize that I am here for you, every single person in this room. If there are things that I've said, words that I've used that you don't understand, please come talk to me about it. I would love to have these conversations with anybody and everybody, and work towards a more comprehensive understanding. In my experience, a lot of unintentional harm comes from ignorance. So I really hope that we can start working through that together between branches, and I'm happy to be here for that. So thanks.
Hey everyone, my name is Jillian Cook and I serve as ASCSU's Director of Finance. For my executive report, I just kind of wanted to give a general overview of my position as a whole, and then also some things we've accomplished so far. So my main role as Director of Finance is I serve as the chair for BSOF. For those of you that don't know, and again, it's going to come up later, but BSOF is the Board for Student Organization Funding, and we're given $150,000 each year that come from student fee dollars that were used to allocate towards student organizations on campus. So student organizations come to us when they have an event or any type of programming that they want to put on that's open to all CSU students, and they come to us with a funding request and we help grant that request. They submit an application, they present in front of our board, and then our board discusses and votes and chooses to approve or deny them. Some organizations that we've seen so far, we recently approved American Indian Science and Engineering Society, ASIS, for their powwow event, Agronomy Club. In our next meeting, we'll be hearing Council of International Student Affairs and Ascent Project, and then we have some other organizations in our application process right now. I also wanted to use this time in this space to kind of present to you all that you all can also be marketers for BSOF. You are involved, you're leaders, you're stewards of ASCSU, so I highly encourage you to present BSOF to your channels, to present it to your other organizations. The sole purpose of our board is to support student organizations, and we have $150,000 to do so, and not enough student organizations know about us. So use your power, use your leadership to let people know that BSOF is here. Talk to your friends, talk to your organizations, and let them know that this opportunity for them exists. Going off of that, a general note, just kind of for your knowledge, is that our timeline for BSOF is that organizations apply 6 to 8 weeks in advance, depending on the size of their event, and then they present in front of our board 4 to 6 weeks in advance. So that's a kind of general timeline for your information as well. But my door in the ASCSU office is always open. You can find information on this on the Ramlink page as well as the ASCSU finance page, and also can reach, feel free to reach out to me through email. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am the Deputy Director of State Law and Policy. My name is Jorge. Basically what I do is I take care of like the state and local policies of Fort Collins. So I guess like if you guys have any questions, concerns, or anything, like I know ballots just came up for Colorado 2022. So if you guys have any questions, just let me know. I just want to announce that on Friday, we're having a U+2 event. I know that that's something that ASCSU has worked on for over 10 years now. And so I think it's time for, honestly, like this year to like actually make a difference on like U+2, because I feel like that's just been something that like people talk about, but like what actions is ASCSU really taking? So my first point of action is going to be to have a tie-dye event this Friday for the homecoming event. So if anyone is interested in being part of it, just let me know, or Evan, which he's the Director of State of Governmental Affairs, or you could reach out to Grace, which is the Director of Marketing as well. But yeah, thank you.
Anyone else from the executive branch? No. We'll move on to judicial.
So hello, everyone. I will start this off easy. Let's start off with just the judicial reports. We're going to be having coffee with the court Friday, October 28th from 12 to 3 p.m. Please stop by. We're providing free coffee and free hot chocolate for all of you. It's just an opportunity to come talk to us, figure out everyone on the court, and see what we can do to help progress your guys' needs and the needs of your constituents. Beyond that, we also are focused on a variety of Ramnoler rights initiatives, such as voter registration, local pilot programs, driver rights, tenant rights, things of that nature. So if you have any questions along those lines, you're more than freely welcome to talk about them at Coffee with the Court, or discuss with me or Kelly Duncan, our Deputy Chief Justice. With that, I guess this is like the big piece of news for the night. Here's the 52nd and first opinion of the court. I will be reading this document in its entirety because it was not sent in the weekly email for accessibility purpose. And this will also be sent in the next weekly email, just so all of you guys will have a copy of this. Yeah, me scared there. Yeah, me scared there. So ASCSU Supreme Court case number 5201, opinion of the court, Supreme Court for the Associated Students of Colorado State University on October 11th of 2022. Clarification on the utilization of Senate bylaw Rule 3, line F, quotation marks voting. Chief Justice Marcus Zacharias delivered the opinion of the court. Center for the College of Natural Science, Ava, I'm not going to butcher your last name, that's disrespectful. I'm sorry about that. At all, requesting an opinion regarding the Senate bylaw Rule 3, line F, which reads, all votes for ratification shall be done via secret ballot unless it's the approval of the slate. Before I go any further, I just want to say thank you to everyone that wrote us a brief. We looked at them in great depth to see what you guys would like to see out of your Senate space. And we really appreciate all of your contributions to the Supreme Court, because it makes our job way easier. With that, I'll keep going. The ASCSU Supreme Court has determined the following. 1, in a vote of 7-0 to 0, the court decided that in Senate bylaw 3F, the word unless lends to the possibility of other voting methods. As a result of this stipulation in the clause, when candidates are placed on a slate, it is not a requirement that they are ratified via secret ballot. I'll be answering any questions after this also. The second piece will be in a vote of 6-1 to 0, the court decided that Senate Bylaw 3F was not properly utilized by Speaker of the Senate, Nicholas DeSalvo. As previously stated, the default of Senate Bylaw 3F is not a secret ballot vote. Rather, the clause offers the other prescribed possibilities at the discretion of the body. At this moment, I would welcome any Q&A that you guys have for me, if that's okay with Speaker of the Senate.
Could you explain both 1 and 2 in normal people?
So easily, so number 1 basically says that bylaw removes the requirement of secret ballot if it's on a slate. Therefore, that since individuals were on a slate, that secret ballot would not be the default voting method used. However, that statement does not disqualify the use of secret ballot, even in cases of a slate. Number 2, the thought of the court was that there was a rush decision to automatically put that to a placard vote instead of an accurate discussion on the other possibilities that could be used in that situation.
Thank you. I yield.
I see for response 2, there was a dissent opinion. Is there anyone here who can explain that dissent opinion, just so Senate is more fully, you understand what I'm trying to ask?
The individual in question did not decide to write a dissenting opinion, so unfortunately, we do not have that information available to Senate.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I yield.
Could you please elaborate on what you mean by properly utilized or not properly utilized?
It was of the court opinions that the bylaw was used to immediately result to a placard vote, when the placard vote is just an option that bylaw gives to the Senate body. Our main focus with number 2 is to make sure that the body gets to decide on how they want to vote on certain issues, and we do not believe that was the case with this issue. Does that answer your question, real quick?
Yes, at the very end last statement, it says rather the clause offers other prescribed possibilities at the discretion of the body. So when you say at the discretion of the body, do you mean Senate as a whole, senators, or the Speaker of the Senate?
We mean Senate as the whole, and not the Speaker of the Senate.
So in that case, would it mean if there was a formal motion made?
In reality, yes, a formal motion should be made. It was the opinion of the court that that decision was made not on behalf of the discretion of the body, but on discretion of the Speaker.
So I know it's not a part of the opinion, but under, I believe, Rule 2C, it talks about any overruling motion for the chair, which requires a 2/3 majority. And when no such motion was made, what should I take off from discretion of the body? Because there was no such motion made to overrule the Speaker.
Let's just start this off that this will not be like an official opinion. Like you said, this was not involved in part of our discussion on the opinion. Like you said, there is the possibility to overrule the body. The court did not look at that possibility because it was not a question posed in the opinion brief. So if that's a question that multiple senators have, we might be more than willing to answer that if you guys give us the proper documentation, but that would be left up to the discretion of the court, not just myself.
Just a point of clarification. I do not believe, especially newer senators, knew that the overriding of a 2/3 majority vote was expressed to newer senators. I don't think that was an option that many knew. So I want that to be reflected on the record.
Any other questions for me? With that,
Sorry, I just have an accessibility related question, just to clarify, are you gonna come back next week to answer my questions? Like anything?
yeah, so next week I'll also be able to answer any questions of this report. I know that this was not sent out in the weekly email, so it's not really accessible to all individuals. So this will be sent out in the weekly report, and I'll be back up here to answer any questions you guys have next week also.
Yeah, sorry, I have one more question.
So with this opinion, does it mean that whatever happened on the September 28th session was under or according to our bylaws, or was it not according to our bylaws or procedure?
Of the court's opinion that it would be that the bylaws were not properly utilized. However, that does not take away any decision that you guys made during that Senate session. That power is still given to the Senate. So you guys are more than willing to decide whether or not to agree with your meeting minutes. We just wanted to provide the clarification that what the court saw the situation as. But this does not overrule any decision you made during that specific Senate session. Kyle, did I see? Any other questions? Going once, going twice. That'll be it. I really hope to see all of you guys during Coffee with the Courts. It's really boring if you guys aren't there. It'll just be me drinking hot chocolate because I don't like coffee. So please stop by. And I just want to say I'm really proud of you guys for the discussion we had over the RAM rides. We have a great opportunity to help students here at CSU, and that's exactly the work that we should be doing here. And with that, I hope we get the fight song on the agenda one of these days. Thank you.
We'll have a motion.
Yep, Senator Ailes.
My motion is to approve the minutes from 2 weeks ago.
Is there a second for that?
Hold on.
Okay.
Can I actually amend that to a 5-minute break first, Senator Hill? I don't actually know if there you are in the front row.
Yes, a 5-minute break. I will,
Actually, can I do 10 minutes?
we'll do 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I will accept the 5-minute break. I motion for a 5-minute break, then my motion to approve the minutes will, as this moment, stand as well.
Okay, is there a second for that? Okay, all those in favor of going to a 5-minute recess, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. And then abstentions. Okay, Officer Bakari, before.
Point of clarification, if you could just put your like survey thing like in place, I can get to you.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of clarification.
Okay,
So the motion was, 2 weeks ago was the motion to postpone approving the minutes, which we did postpone, but I'm just asking we bring that back up. Like if there's any past the minutes, if there are any dissent, I'm just wanting to bring that back up, you know. Because it was motion to postpone. Postpone means temporary.
okay.
Sorry, what's my habit?
I'm gonna yield to Cherry P.
Cool. So the motion is to put the minutes now on the agenda. So just underneath judicial reports before we enter confidence business. Probably that needs to be under a new consent agenda because that's when the minutes always go. I think that's the motion we want to do.
Yes, that is. Is it a motion to put consent agenda under the judicial reports?
Add an additional consent agenda now under judicial reports above confidence business.
I motion to put that extended another consent agenda under judicial reports, Mr. Speaker.
And then add those minutes from 9:28 to that consent agenda.
What she said.
Okay, is there a second? to that? Okay, so, all those in favor of reflecting that change in the bylaws, putting another consent agenda, and then the minutes under that consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstentions, this passes unanimously. Chair Aiken.
Okay, I have another motion. I would like to subset the minutes, if that makes sense, so that we have everything that happened, and then the SFRB stuff is a secondary thing. So that way, because I think everyone is fine with passing everything about SFRB, but SFRB. That way we don't have to talk about that part again. So just pull out the SFRB stuff. That's a motion.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Seconded.
Okay, so, does everyone understand what we're doing, or you might need to further clarify?
Okay, so that opinion was just rendered because of the SFRB ratification on 9/28. However, there were other things that happened on 9/28 that anyone who has a problem with the SFRB stuff doesn't want to mess with. We want to make sure that all of that stuff is approved. So there will be two sections under consent agenda that we will vote on separately. The first one will be SFRB, well, actually make the SFRB stuff the second one. The second item will be SFRB stuff. So everything that happened from the minute that SFRB walked up there till the minute that SFRB was sworn in. And then the first item will be everything else that happened that night. Are there any questions before we vote on that motion?
I have a point of clarification. Oh, I'm sorry, point of information, my bad. I have a question for Cherry P. If someone dissents to approve like any minutes, they need the 2/3 to, what do we call it? Not approve those minutes, is that what I'm asking? That's what I'm asking.
This mic hates me. I don't remember the vote. Don't know. We'll get back to you in a second.
Thank you. Oh,
Okay, anything else? Chair Trout?
And just a point of clarification for all members, the only other thing that we looked at besides that for the 9/28 session was Bill 5202. Oh, and BSOP, my apologies, is BSOP ratification, Bill 5202, which was the judicial job descriptions. That was the only bit of conference business that we had that night, and that is on the weekly report 9-26/2022 in the weekly email that the front desk sends out. I yield.
Mr. Speaker, do you want me to pull up the agenda, the minutes of 9/28 Senate?
Unless there isn't a clear understanding of what was in that minutes, in those minutes, I think we have a clear understanding, at least from what I see from the Senate body and how it was explained, the breakdown of the minutes. Does that make sense? So unless there is dissent to that, I don't have a problem with just not pulling up the minutes. Senator Ayala.
Point of information, how did the people on Zoom decide to vote for these two things?
Just like voting regularly, a yes or a no, or an abstention. They'll do it via messaging, the chat. Okay, so I guess we'll do the non-controversial item first. Is there any dissent to section 11 subsection I? I guess I would entertain a motion to approve that subsection with unanimous consent.
And this, just to clarify, this is everything besides that. So Bill 5202 and the PSOP ratifications. I make a motion to pass those minutes
Okay. Do you want to do it with unanimous consent?
with unanimous consent.
Okay. Is there any dissent to that first subsection I? Okay, seeing none, this passes unanimously. And then subsection 2. Okay. Senator Hill.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for Charity B. I would entertain I would motion for 3-minute recess while we look that.
Okay, is there a second to that, to taking another 3-minute recess?
I retract the motion.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to start the process by saying a motion to approve section II from subsection 12, ratification of SFRB members with unanimous consent.
Okay, so since there was dissent to that, we would have to do it by a vote. We don't necessarily know what that vote threshold is, so we're back in the same spot we were about 10 seconds ago.
Okay, I have the answer now. I have looked for every instance of the word consent, the word agenda, the word minutes in both the Constitution and the bylaws, and there is no vote count listed under any of those words, which means that it would just be a normal threshold of majority.
Okay, so does someone want to make the motion to now approve?
Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to add 15 minutes of discussion and debate as well to that motion.
To which motion?
The
To
motion,
approve it?
yeah, to
Okay.
approve the minutes.
Is there a second for opening up discussion and debate on it? Okay, all those in favor of opening discussion and debate for 15 minutes on this, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, so the ayes have it. Let me get a timer going real quick. And then I'll do it by the first raised placard. Okay, Senator Dinson, Chair Trout.
Yeah, just for so point of information, if this doesn't pass, what happens? Like, what more information about what we're actually voting on? I'll yield to Jess. That was
Yield to Chair 8.
that was anybody.
Well, okay, so if this were not to pass, so let me clarify. The point of not passing this, or the point of not passing any minutes, is that you are saying that the processes of the Senate were not followed, or that the minutes were wrong. But in that case, that's not what is happening here. And so in that case, we are saying we did not follow our processes. We're trying to undo what happened. In that, if this fails, the plan is to then make a new motion that we re-ratify the members of SFRB probably next week. That's up to the discretion of SFRB, but that's generally the plan. Does that answer your question? Does that answer anyone's question? Because I know it's really complicated.
It answers mine, yes, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that's confused? Cool.
like to ask, if we do undo the ratification of those people 2 weeks ago, would they be able to do the job that they've been doing on the board?
So SFRB does not have any votes this semester. Basically, they're just existing and going and touring places and talking to people, which frankly, I'd encourage anyone in the Senate space to go to because there's a lot of theories and it's good to learn about. So yes, no matter what happens, everyone that's currently in SFRB, anyone who wants to be in SFRB, anyone who wants to go to those meetings can still do the job of SFRB. The main part of SFRB is the voting, which happens in the spring, and we're still far out from that. So there's plenty of time to re-ratify people.
Chair Trout, did you have something?
Just my own point of, if, Senator Deason, have you yielded your questioning?
Yes, I did.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. We shouldn't ratify. I know it seems really inconvenient, but simply because of the Supreme Court opinion, I have concerns that we are just saying, oh, well, we did it wrong one time and it's fine. I'd argue it's not. Again, reflecting off of what Chair AP said, because SFRB, as a member of SFRB, we haven't done really anything. The only thing we've done so far is tour the Slice office, the Student Organization Center, which is in the basement, and tour the Rams Against Hunger. That's basically all SFRB is going to be doing throughout this school year, or sorry, throughout the semester. And so getting them re-ratified isn't that big of an issue now. And I think we need to rectify our mistakes that a separate body told us that we made mistakes on, to ensure not only transparency, but to ensure that the process is equitable. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Enter.
A quick question. So ratification of SFRB members, does that technically fall under the category of meeting minutes? For what document that is under?
Yes? Question mark? I don't think I totally understand what you're asking.
I am asking because in the bylaws, it has the section that says any voting member of the Senate may remove an item from the consent agenda except for the minutes, which I think that could be worth looking into more because that might be affecting our procedure of what we're doing here. I don't know if we can necessarily just remove the minutes from consent agenda or take anything out of the minutes.
Okay, I understand now. So I think that they are under minutes because they are what happened in Senate, how did Senate vote, all of that stuff. But to further clarify, they're still under consent agenda. We've just partialed it out so that the conversation doesn't have to be around, oh, well, then we're not ratifying the BSOC people and they didn't really do anything here, so why should they get affected? So we're still under consent agenda. So we're still looking at minutes. We just pulled it out so that we don't have to talk about the whole thing. We can just talk about the important part.
Okay, and then what we're talking about now is whether or not we want to re-ratify the SFRB board members or whether or not we think that vote was legitimate.
We're essentially talking about if we are going to re-ratify the board members, yes. This is not a decision on whether or not we think that vote was legitimate because the court just said that that vote was illegitimate.
They said it was illegitimate?
Yes, and in effect, Marty, please help me. The way that I'm pretty sure that was written was that in a 6-1 vote, they ruled that Speaker DeSalvo unilaterally made that decision when it should have been a decision of the body to vote with a passive vote.
Okay. From my understanding, I took the vote as being still like a valid vote, especially since we as senators agreed to vote on the candidates and had our placard vote. From my understanding, that is what I heard from that. So maybe we could start in this conversation going from there, whether or not we think that vote was accurate or reflected properly.
Chair Trout is going to get Chief Justice Zacharias to clarify this if you're okay with that. Cool.
Okay, so with that all, while Chief Justice Zacharias is being pulled, I'll stop the timer. So we aren't wasting time.
Could I get the question repeated, please?
Yes, we're discussing the vote from the SFRB board members, and the question is whether or not that vote can be considered a legitimate vote or a vote that needs to be redone.
We did our opinion in a very specific way to give you guys that power. Our opinion does not rule in any specific way. So you guys have the power within your body to decide whether you want to redo that entire vote, whether you want to redo the vote on those two members, or how you guys want to go about that. The court did not want to have that power in our hands because, as I said, this is you all space, and y'all should be deciding how you want it to run, not the court. If that answers your question.
So essentially, that vote has, according to our bylaws, that vote is not inaccurate or there's nothing wrong with it, but we as a Senate could decide, do we want to redo that vote?
This opinion would not be retroactive, like I said, so it would be more, the opinion would be more carried on from here on out, but y'all could use that information to decide whether that vote, whether y'all believe that vote should be used, should or should not be used, because as I said, the court's opinion was that that bylaw was not properly utilized in this space, but it does not, our opinion does not retroactively affect the specific actions that were taken during that time.
Okay, thank you.
Is that, are you have Chair, or do you yield?
I yield.
Okay, thank you. Senator Schumer. Chair Schumer.
I yield to redundancy.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to do one of two things. I'm going to yield to someone after me, say my piece. The first thing I want to say is that the court opinion did say that Speaker DeSalvo did not handle the procedure correctly. And someone can interrupt me if I'm wrong. However, it does not say the Senate handled it incorrectly. In fact, he said the Senate could decide. But the Senate could have had the power to overrule the Speaker on this decision, and the Senate chose not to do that. So therefore, it was a decision from the Senate to not allow the Speaker to not do that, if you understand what I'm saying. And I was a colleague of mine who stated that many members did not know that was a procedure thing, but I would emphasize that part of the job descriptions of the senator is to read the bylaws. So I feel like that, and there were members who could have made that motion. Is there members, including myself, who does know that that was a procedure? So I believe that that argument would be valid. But I think that that is my take on it. So I would encourage a vote to not dissent or vote to approve these minutes, as that's how I'd interpret the court opinion. And I would like to yield to Jess Deardall, Advisor Jess Deardall, to explain what getting rid of the minutes is from her perspective. Advisor Jess Deardall, I yield to you.
Hello, everyone. So what I was trying to share with people just on the break is just to think about there's multiple options that could be available to you by looking at different governing documents, different procedures. Right now, from what I'm gathering and hearing, this is not like that the minutes are false or wrong, because sometimes when you're approving the minutes, like I know me personally, my last name is spelled wrong a lot of times in different documentation. So if I want to correct that spelling, I would make those changes and then approve the minutes. It also is your all space. So as a student organization, for you all to make those decisions. And if you want to take time to go back, look more into documents to see what various options, there's not just one option here. Because it's your all's organization, it's very large and very confusing. I encourage you just to take the time to do that, and we can come revisit this another week if you're feeling rushed, confused, not able to fully grasp what's going on in this space. It's definitely okay to move this to another meeting time once you all have time to see what different options are available. Does that help clarify?
Cool.
Mrs. Speaker, just quickly going off of, just your guys' suggestion there, because we have a lot of things on our, agenda for tonight, can I move this to theoretically next? I don't know if anyone has submitted any legislation to you for next week, but theoretically, we don't have as many things on our agenda for next week. Can we push it to next week?
I have a point of order. I still have time from, have not yielded my time yet. I'm gonna yield to you, Chair.
Cool, I make that motion. Thanks, Speaker Hill.
Okay, so, is there a second? Essentially what that means, we would be tabling it in order to discuss it and make a decision next week when we all have more information about the procedure and how to go about things. So is there a second for that motion? to table it? Okay. All those in favor of tabling this for next week, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, I'm gonna call division for that, so I'll do a placard. So all those in favor of that motion, please
Just quickly, I'd like to make a point of information that we have BSOF members waiting. We also have members who are here for, members. They aren't members of our space. That's why I'm bringing this up. So we have people who aren't here who are now waiting through this, which is why I make this motion.
Okay, so with that, we'll be doing the Senator Gilbert, do you have something?
Point of information, does this exhaust the speakers list, or how would that work?
In turn, it would get rid of it until next week. Okay, so we'll do this by placard. All those in favor of tabling this for next week? One on Zoom. Okay, all those opposed?
Two on Zoom.
So were the two on Zoom for the affirmative?
Yeah.
Or against?
Affirmative.
Okay, so it would be 26 in total. The affirmative.
Yeah.
Okay, 26 to 13, so 13. And then abstentions.
Point of information, because this is taking it off the agenda, would this require a 2/3 vote?
For tabling, I don't know if it's necessarily taking it off the agenda. Tabling might be different. Tabling might not need that 2/3 threshold, from my understanding. Chair Trout.
At least in the Constitution, we can double check in the bylaws. The only mention of tabling is in section 1005 archives clause, which just says we archive all of our information. That's all that says on the Constitution. We'll back check with the Senate bylaws.
Oh, I'm still looking. Did we hit the 2/3 threshold before? So that I don't need to waste my time if we did.
Yeah, it hits the 2/3 right on.
Hold on, I don't think it
Yeah, so regardless, this is being tabled until next week. So with that, we'll move into our confidence business. We do have a BSOP member that still needs to go through the ratification process.
Just point of information for a later date, tabling does require a 2/3 vote. It's not needed now because it is 2/3, but yeah.
Hello, everyone. So for our BSOP ratification tonight, we have Hannah Alwell, who's a first-generation, third-year student who is studying business management and innovation.
Like she said, hi, my name is Hannah Alwell. I use the pronoun she, her, hers.
and I am ready to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll begin a 10-minute Q&A period started with the first raised placard. Chair Trout.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you for your patience. It's been a very busy night, as you could tell. What made you decide to apply for this position? Why do you think you were qualified for it?
So Jillian actually talked about it in my sorority chapter meeting, and it immediately caught my eye. I've always wanted to be a part of ACSU. I was really intimidated by it my first 2 years. I thought that you had to do student council previously. And so I just really wanted to be a part of something, and I really love involvement of any kind on campus. And so I wanted to be able to provide that funding and learn all of the bylaws and all that.
Awesome. How do you plan to balance school, BSOF, and outside work, if that's applicable?
So I've always been very good at doing that. I've been very involved, especially in high school. I was a part of numerous clubs and did sports, and I've been working full-time basically since I was 16. So I know how to have a busy schedule. And I also, like during the nights, I'm completely free. And so BSOF basically is my whole thing on Tuesday nights.
Awesome. Just 3 more questions.
Okay.
What are your goals for this position?
My goals for this position is learning a lot more about finance, learning more about ACSU as a whole, being more involved on campus, especially with certain student organizations that I haven't heard of, especially since I started college during COVID. And overall, just like meeting new people and gaining amazing experiences that will help me in my career field.
How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion within this position?
So I think that being involved on campus is important for every student, and every student should find a place that feels like home for them at CSU. And so I think it's really important to put aside like not understanding anything, if that makes sense, like not understanding clubs, and like really honing in on learning about new organizations and giving them the time of the day, so that we can just have more inclusion within CSU and unify the university as a whole.
Awesome. And my final question is, how are you going to recognize your inherent biases?
So we do have viewpoint neutrality within BSOF. So I will definitely be using that. And then also, like if I have any biases against or for any groups, I will excuse myself from voting.
Awesome. Thank you for your answers. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Trout. Officer Bakar, I think you had something.
I saw yesterday. Great. 2 things. One, how are you gonna advertise BSOF to the greater student body? Because like the unfortunate part about this role in this space is not making students know about it. So how will you make those efforts to reach out to students?
So for me, like I definitely will be involved with, hopefully, like if our BSOF social media will be posting a lot, I can definitely like repost and have like my social media followings look at that. And then also I'm a part of the business management program, and the CSU College of Business is very open to learning about new things that I've seen. And so I will definitely advertise it through that. I'm also minoring in fashion, so I will advertise it to any groups within the fashion community as well. And I'm very involved with Fort Collins with community service, with like my church as well. So just kind of putting BSOF out there so that student organizations can learn more about it.
Awesome. You have answered my second question, so thank you. I do.
Thank you, Senator Denson.
Yeah, so Hannah has been sitting in on a couple meetings. She hasn't been able to vote yet. She hasn't been ratified, but how have you liked the meeting so far? Is it something that you envision, or is it something that you still want to continue to do after sitting through these 2 meetings?
I honestly love it. I love being a part of something that's bigger than myself. And of course, I wouldn't come to the ratification if I didn't want to be a part of it. But I really do enjoy it. I'm also thinking about going to law school, so I think it's really cool to like learn about bylaws and all of that.
Perfect. And then on that, I'm gonna make a motion to move to previous question. I think this candidate is a good candidate.
Okay, but before I do that, Senator Doyle, you were the last on the speakers list. Are you fine with moving to previous question, or would you like to ask a question? Okay, would you like to amend your motion until after Senator Doyle? Okay, have at it.
So it's my understanding that you have been attending some BSOF meetings
Yes,
prior to this.
yes.
Is there, you don't have to know the specifics, but do you believe that there could be a way to improve the way BSOF functions so that way smaller organizations who may not have heard about BSOF and how BSOF applications work can more easily apply to get BSOF funding?
So I think it's more just like getting it out there. Like I legitimately had no idea about it at all until Jillian came to our chapter about it. So I think it's just word of mouth, tabling, using like social media to our advantage. That's very popular within our generation. So I think making it not seem as scary as well, and like just ACSU in general, like not making it seem so intimidated. Yeah.
Is there, so you're saying that besides just word of mouth, you want to go and use social media platforms and other written forms to go and just show how BSOFT is applications work?
Yes, and like doing tabling or even going to organizations if we have the time to, and just being like, we're here for you guys. You can come to us if you need funding at all, because we want involvement on CSU's campus to just grow.
I yield my time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So now there's a motion on the floor to move the previous question. Is there a second for that? Okay. So all those in favor of ending the Q&A period, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, this passes. If I could have the candidate exit the room, and then we'll discuss. Okay, we'll open up 20 minutes of discussion, debate, first raised placard. Senator Johnson? Yep.
I motion to unanimous consent.
To approve the candidate with unanimous consent.
I second that.
Okay, so we have to move out of the period of discussion and debate
Okay,
to
and
do
then
that.
previous questions and then we can.
Right, yeah.
Okay, I don't know how that works, but.
No, that's
whatever
fine.
things are.
That's fine.
I was
Okay.
making that motion for
All
you,
right,
so we can
good.
get to you. You're good.
Okay, so you want to move to previous question?
Yeah.
You made the motion? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor of ending the discussion and debate period and then going into voting, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, so now we're in a voting period. I would entertain.
Do I get to say?
You can, yes, go ahead.
Consent.
Okay.
thing?
So there's,
Sorry, I motion to unanimous consent, please.
okay, no, good. Senator Moquire.
Point of clarification, based off the Supreme Court decision, since this is a ratification of a single candidate, this needs to be done via secret ballot.
Unless it's not done by unanimous consent, then that's when the gray area comes in.
I get information, was this a slate? Because it was just a single candidate. I don't know if we said it's meeting that it was a slate.
So from my understanding with unanimous consent is that if there's any dissent to that, then we go back into a secret ballot vote, if there is dissent to approval. Chair Travis.
Just to clarify, slates are typically used for larger groups. What a slate is, just to clarify for newer members, is instead of having one person present, they kick them out, and another person present, they kick them out, another person present. A slate just has all the candidates there and they answer at the same time. That's what we did for SFRB. Slates are not possible for one person because we're not kicking anybody out to answer other individuals, and there's no one else on that slate. So this is not a slate question. I hope that answered. If there are any questions, please ask. I yield.
So just to clarify, if there is any dissent to approving the candidate by unanimous consent, then we go into a different voting method. Okay, so the motion was made to approve with unanimous consent. Is there any dissent to that motion? Seeing none, this candidate is approved with unanimous consent. What? Okay. Congratulations.
Okay. Take two, everybody, take two. On the oath of office. Are you ready, Hannah?
Yeah.
Okay, I state your name.
I, Hannah Olwell,
Do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
do solemnly swear to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations set forth
the rules and regulations set forth
by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University. Yeah. By the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University.
by the Constitution of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
And will rightfully perform the duties of my office
and will rightfully perform the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Easy.
Okay, I have two motions. First, I want a motion to move new business to above old business, so that will be the next thing we look at, because we have members waiting to do, not non-members waiting to talk about that.
Okay, so there's been a motion to move new business, which is one bill, before old business, so we could take care of that first. Is there a second for that?
I second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor of moving new business in front of old business, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the ayes did have it, so this passes. Parliamentarian will reflect that. And so if, after that's reflected, we could have, oh, no, never mind, we have to do election of Constitution Caucus Chair first, so.
Oh, sorry, I meant to put that next, but either way, my second motion is to put Constitution Caucus Chair underneath old business, so let me just make that first.
Okay, so the motion's been made to move the election of the Constitution Caucus Chair before all business, after all business. Is there a second for that? Okay, so all those in favor of reflecting that change, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstentions? The ayes have it. So once all that's done, I'll have the parliamentarian bring up the bill 5204, and it will be presented. This, for clarification for everyone, this was a bill that was sponsored by DSOF. And so because of that, this bill only requires one reading. So we'll do a Q&A process, discussion, debate process, and then we'll have a vote on it as well. All in the same session. Cool. If we could have the authors of the bill up front. And then just go ahead and use the handout.
Information, is this old business or new business? I'm sorry, I got outside.
This is new business.
All right, thank you.
Hello, everybody. For those that don't know me, I'm Adrian Salazar. I'm the Pride Resource Center Senator, and I'm also the chair for diversity and inclusion. So yes, this is my bill and Nora's, and these are the co-founders for the Drag House of Ovis, Megan and Orion. They came to me about a week ago asking for funding from Senate and to get through the Senate discretionary fund. We were also sponsored by the President's discretionary fund and I think diversity and inclusion. DEI or DNI?
Yes. So yeah, and then, should I just read the abstract?
So typically the parliamentarian does that.
I think you currently have the document that has the edits we will be making. Can you pull up the original document so we have full accessibility?
So I want to present it first before you talk about any edits.
I'm just having her switch the document to the original and not the one that showed the edits.
Abstract of the bill. This bill aims to allocate funding of an amount of $8,000 from the Senate discretionary fund in conjunction with $1,000 from the Department of Diversity and Inclusion for the purpose of covering the administrative costs necessary for the House of Overs regular Halloween bash.
So basically, okay, cool. So basically, given the timeline of this bill, we weren't able to go through BSOF, I think for the 42 days and 6 weeks reasoning. And yeah, we're trying to give them the show that they deserve. They're a new student organization here at CSU campus. They just started this summer. Okay, yeah, this summer. They made their first show at the, no, never mind. Just don't, no. And I also want to preface that this is different from the Pride Resource Center's drag show. They are their own separate thing. And this is centered around giving these people their show that they deserve. And I will also yield to them so they can present a more thorough presentation than I can.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Levy. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a student in Warner College of Natural Resources studying restoration ecology and horticultural therapy. I've been at CSU for like 4 years. I'm a non-traditional student, and during my time, I've seen a lot of really awesome resources come out of the Pride Resource Center, and just being around like fellow queers coming from a really conservative village in Wisconsin. I'm really just trying to take advantage of everything that CSU can do for its people. And so me and my partner here, Orion, we made the CSU Drag Club House of Ovis. Ovis is ram in Latin, if you're curious. And it's a club that basically has two main purposes: to help people, who are trying to find their drag journey and help them get connected to local queers in Northern Colorado and local artists. It's a networking opportunity, as well as we are trying to use our things that are similar to drag to help people who are trans and queer with gender euphoria, such as like makeup contouring with masculinization or feminization. We're trying to teach people sewing skills so that they can alter clothes to make them fit their bodies better. As well as just create a more tight-knit community for our queers here at CSU. So that's kind of what the club is about. It's based in a lot of rich history in the Black Harlem Renaissance around the Stonewall riots. So I just want to like say that and shout out to those people. This is not like an original idea or anything. Feel free to watch Pose on Hulu if you want to learn more about that history. But I'll give it to Orion here to take it away with the show that we're trying to do.
Hi, so my name is Orion. I am a fine arts major with a concentration in painting. I'm also a bit of it's my 5th year here at CSU. But essentially, so our event is a Halloween themed drag show that is meant to bring visibility and to like diverse and inclusive communities here at CSU. And also in Northern Colorado, we are partnering with some drag artists from around Northern Colorado, bringing them here as an opportunity to perform with our students. And so that also gives our chance for our student members to meet new drag artists and broaden their community as well. We've also partnered with CSU's the Zero Waste team to create an event that is sustainable and does not create an excess amount of waste as a result. The money this will be a ticketed event, and the money that is brought in from that will go towards the student organization to help fund future events, like more drag shows in the future. So this really is an event that is an opportunity for, especially we have a lot of new drag artists here in the House of Ovis Club. And this is their first chance to perform and then connect with some drag artists from around the community. And this is also a great way for not just the student performers, but also staff, students, and the community members to learn about the art of drag.
And then I also want to emphasize that as we were talking about diversity, inclusion, and equity, it's important to uplift these artists and their ability to perform and create a more inclusive environment for all of us here at CSU. And obviously, more than, I think everyone can agree that we all love a good drag show. And yeah, and then I'll pass it to Nora to talk about the logistical stuff.
All right, so there are a couple of changes that we will be making, but currently the initial stance is a total amount of $9,000. Now, the total so far invoiced bill is around $6,600 and some change. However, there is an additional charge that will be coming from the LSC catering fee that they have not as of yet given the estimated amount for, but they gave a very rough estimate of approximately $2,000. There is a $1,000 buffer that we have built into this in the event that there is an unexpected cost that will arise. If you all have the email, it was sent out on the weekly email, there is like, I believe, I can't snack a computer. There is a list of the fees and the totaling amount for the one that was already sent out. We know this is a lot of money and we're not currently, one of the changes we will be making will not be asking for the full 8,000 from Senate. We will be hopping into those changes in a hot sec. So we good with them? All right. With that being said, I'm gonna start off with those changes. All right. So first we have a couple of like general changes. We're adding sponsorships from Jillian Cook, Director of Finance for ASCSU, and BSOP, Board for Student Organization Funding. In addition to those changes, we will also be adding endorsements from Christian Kilburn, Senator for the College of Liberal Arts, and Parker Doyle, Senator for the College of Engineering. We will be changing the abstract to reflect changes within the document. We will be now adding we will be changing the original 8,000 asking to 6,000 from the Senate Discretionary Fund to be sent to the Discretionary Fund of the Director of Diversity and Inclusion in conjunction with an additional 1,000 from the Department of Sorry.
I would like to interrupt you. Senator Law says, can they be added to endorse this bill?
Yes. Yes, of course. Senator Lowe can also be added to endorse this bill. We'll let our parliamentarian catch up so I don't overwhelm.
Information, their first name is Hillary, not Senator.
It would be.
Can you go over the abstract again, please?
Yes, of course. So we will be changing the initial 8,000 asking from Senate discretionary to 6,000. And we will be adding a clause that says, from the Senate Discretionary Fund to the Discretionary Fund of the Director of Diversity and Inclusion in conjunction with an additional 1,000 from the Department of Diversity and Inclusion and an additional 2,000 from the Office of the President Discretionary Fund. And those are kind of the only changes, I think. If you have the change document, you should be pretty good. We are editing a whereas clause to say towards the end of it after trying to figure out where we are up here, where I am up here, I'm so sorry. We'll be editing a whereas clause to say this is an ASCSU-wide project working in conjunction with the Department of Diversity and Inclusion and the Office of the President. And, oh, yes, and deleting, sorry, I completely forgot that we were deleting part, and deleting the of the ASCSU executive branch contributing $1,000 that is being removed. We are now in the therefore be it hereby further enacted. We are adding a clause that says to the discretionary fund of the Director of Diversity and Inclusion for them to then allocate towards this project. We are adding a nice little clarification phrase that an additional 1,000 be allocated from the discretionary fund of the Director of Diversity and Inclusion. Sorry about that. And we are adding a new therefore clause that says that an additional 2,000 be allocated from the Office of the President Discretionary Fund to fund the House of Ovis Dragula Halloween Bash on October 30th, 2022. And we are editing our last therefore clause to, hold on, I'm reading through trying to figure out what I typed. We are adding into this sunset clause that the money be returned to the Office of the President Discretionary Fund. And we are deleting the and right here. So it's just, a grammar correction. Now I'm gonna pass it on back to Adrian for any questions.
Yes, I think that wraps up everything. Is there any? I'll let you do. Okay.
All right, so we'll begin a 10-minute Q&A period with the first raised placard. I don't know who was first. Okay, Senator Hill and then Chair Trump.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. This bill, I have a question. How soon do you need these funds?
As soon as possible, as the event is on the 30th of October. That's in about like 2-ish weeks. I'm trying to do that. And naturally moving large amounts of money around does take time. So we would like to be able to get this through to the necessary people where it needs to go as soon as possible.
So my question is, so you kind of are hoping or looking for an expedition to this bill, is that correct?
Point of information, it doesn't need to be expedited because it was sponsored by BSOF, which just means it does not have a second read. So there's not expediting, it just only has one read.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, then I yield.
Chair Trump.
I yield to redundancy.
Okay, and then we have our speaker pro tempore on Zoom who has a question.
Hi, y'all. As you may have noticed, I'm not in the chamber with y'all. I'm going to Texas and my flight leaves in a few hours. But my question more goes towards the Director of Finance. And I just want to preface this by saying that I go to the drag show every year. I have a picture of myself and the Director of Health and Wellness, Alex Silverhart, at last year's drag show in my office. But I just have concerns with the precedent that this may set for organizations getting their funding through Senate and not BSOF. So if, I don't know who this question would go to, probably Jillian, but why this is going through Senate instead? Obviously there's a time constraint, but other orgs would also face a time constraint and not necessarily have the knowledge of being able to go through Senate, or the precedent is that you go through BSOF. I am in support of this. I'm just fearful for the precedent that it might set.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. And it definitely is a valid concern. The reason that BSOF turned this down is because of that timeline, that 6 to 8 week timeline in need of application. And it is possible for us to suspend our bylaws, but we decided not to because of fearful of the precedent that would set. In terms of if we allowed one organization to come to BSOF not on the right timeline, then that would create a precedent for the rest of the year and would lose the integrity of our bylaws. So that's why it's coming through Senate. And I do understand the fear of the precedent of, will other organizations come through Senate instead of coming to BSOF? And that's why people came to me as well saying, are you fearful that we're stepping on your toes, that organizations are going to come through Senate instead of BSOF? And my take on it is no, because these first events that happen in the first 2 months of the school year are really hard with this timeline because people are figuring out BSOF and then have to apply right away. Any event that happens thereafter should have the knowledge and therefore ample time to apply to BSOF and within our timelines. It just happens to be these first few events that happen within our months that make it difficult for them to apply.
All right. I assume Jillian, that was all she had to say because I can't see her. But I guess my follow-up question is, this will possibly and most likely happen again with the future, not necessarily with the House of Ovis show. So what plans does BSOF have in the case of this happening again, so that organizations are able to go through the proper channels?
Yeah, definitely. Like someone said in our application, and like I've said before, we're really working on marketing and getting our outreach out there so that people know about BSOF, so that they have ample time to apply and they're not finding about BSOF after it's already too late to apply through us. So I think that's really what we're working on, is just marketing and outreach and making sure people know it's out there. In terms of like the decisions thereafter, if people decide to come to Senate, that's a Senate, that's a precedent that Senate can like set or deny. But I think just the outreach and the marketing for BSOF is what we're going to try and work hardest on in this last push and in this next semester, so that for a lot of the events that happen in the spring, they know and can apply either this semester or early in the spring so that it fits within our timelines.
Thank you, Jillian, for those answers. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, Senator Reese.
So this might just be like a point, the question is going to be phrased as kind of like a point of information, I guess, that's open to anyone answering, but since this is asking for Senate funds, wouldn't that require it to go through the Budgetary Affairs Committee? That is a question. I yield to Trev.
So BSOF is a pretty special organization, and if it's either sponsored or endorsed by BSOF, it doesn't need to go to Budgetary Affairs Committee. It means BSOF seen it and has liked it, and therefore it doesn't need to be seen through Budgetary Affairs. That's in, I believe, the Constitution and our bylaws, their bylaws. I can further yield to Chair AP for further elaboration, but I think I covered the main points.
So I could answer that just for expediency's sake, because we did talk about this extensively in BSOF, and I searched through the Constitution like 4 times to find it. I couldn't find it in the Constitution, but I knew it was there because we used it last year to spend excess BSOF funds through a bill that only required 1 reading. And so Section 5, subsection I of the Senate bylaws state, bills sponsored or endorsed by the Board for Student Organization Funding shall only require 1 reading. So we'll read it, we'll discuss it, and we'll vote on it all tonight, if that answers the question.
Traditionally, yes, it's a budgetary case. Like they would, yes, look at it. But because BSOF looked at it, who is chaired by the Director of Finance, who's also in charge of looking at budgets, they are allowed to not have any second reads. They won't even look at finance people, by finance people. That's why that rule exists. But traditionally, if this wasn't sponsored by BSOF, it would have gone to budgetary.
Point of clarification, traditionally, wouldn't have those been BSOF's funds that they were working with, not the Senate discretionary fund or the Office of the President or the diversity of, or the Director of Diversity and Inclusion's budget?
Okay, Director Williamson does want to say something if you want to yield to them. Oh, because ex officio, yeah.
Sorry, I'm excited that I don't have to give permission to speak. I mean, I have to give permission to speak, but still. Ow, okay. Y'all, it's been a long day. So another sort of speaking to that point, but also to kind of answer the question, this originally the House of Ovis club members approached me for directly through my discretionary fund with the Department of Diversity and Inclusion, but part of, I should say, most of the reason it's coming from Senate and then into the DNI discretionary is because I have the money in my budget, but I'd be spending more than half of my budget in the first 2 months of the semester. So because it was more than I could afford just myself, it was brought to Senate. So it would have, yeah, if the timeline had allowed, it would have gone through BSOF or purely through me. But due to the time constraints and the amount of money, it's kind of like segueing through the Senate, if that makes sense.
Pro Tem Board, did you have anything further?
Mine was just a point of clarification.
Okay.
So yes, question mark?
Oh, so are you, okay, are you done or no? For lack of
Yes,
a
I am
better-
done. I was just providing a point of clarification, kind
Like,
of
are you
information
done?
in the same way. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Senator Correa, you're next.
Hello, Senate. So this is kind of like a point of information. I'm not 100% sure, but the Constitution does say that funds may be transferred between ASCSU departments by the President only with the approval of the Senate. So I'm unsure if we can even do this. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong.
Can you say that again?
So under section 902, it says funds may be transferred between ASCSU departments, which is happening right now, by the President, only with the approval of the Senate. And since this is not written by the President, I'm a bit concerned if we can even do this or not.
I think what that means is that through departments, not through branches. So through departments being the departments that the executive branch oversees, not necessarily through branches, if that makes sense.
Okay, that does make sense, as long as that's all right. Also, this is also a question to Director Cook and also the authors. How willing would y'all be to change the therefore clause from Senate discretionary fund to BSOP funds?
Senator, will you yield to Parker Zara?
Yes, I yield to Parker Zara.
What am I supposed to be talking about now?
So the question was mainly to other people, but now it's to you. How willing would the authors of this legislation be to change the funding from Senate discretionary to BSOP funds? So the money comes out from BSOP and not Senate discretionary.
So constitutionally, it can come from BSOP or Senate discretionary. There is no difference. I'm not sure what else I need to say here. It's up to the willingness of the Director of Finance and the authors.
Okay, I'm just going to give my preference over here. I would prefer that the money goes from BSOP funds instead of Senate discretionary fund. And if that's a possibility, I think that's the way it should be done. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, Director Cook, did you want to respond to that maybe?
Yeah, so the reason this isn't going through BSOF and therefore coming out of our account the traditional way is because it does discord with our bylaws and it does violate our bylaws. So that's why we're choosing not to fund it through our $150,000 budget. So yes, I would have an opinion on if it did come out of BSOF budget because it is in discordance with our bylaws.
Point of information, this is not going through BSOP itself. This, if it was through this, it would just be a transfer of BSOP departmental funds to the Department of Diversity and Equity. So it would not have any effect on BSOP bylaws whatsoever.
Okay, I guess to that, I would say that I still do have an opinion because I feel that it's a bit wrong to take from BSOP funds without having it go through the BSOP process and just kind of skipping that and still taking from our budget.
Okay, Senator Reese.
Well, then I would also feel that is wrong. That's not going through the traditional channels as going through budgetary affairs. I understand the expedience of the matter, but I also feel that if we're gonna hold tradition and bylaws into account, that it should go, that it would be tradition. Thank you, Senator Hill, for the whisper.
Point of order, this is Q&A, correct?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
My apologies, Senate.
Senator Rencher, Chair Rencher.
Thank you. I have a question for our Director of Finance. What does the breakdown of the application process through BSOF look like? So what if at this moment they decided, you know what, we will go through BSOF? Could BSOF still suspend their bylaws and give them their funding?
Yeah, BSOF does have the power to suspend our bylaws, and we basically suspend the section that says that they needed to apply 6 weeks in advance and therefore present to our board 4 weeks in advance. Historically, and what we've decided to be the precedent for this year is to not suspend our bylaws in those cases, because historically we've seen that once you suspend one, many organizations then don't follow those timelines and continue to violate those. Also, a point on the timeline thing, like it's not just that we want, it didn't just come out of thin air. There's a lot of back end stuff and processing that needs to happen, and that's why those timelines are in place. So that's why we've decided to not suspend the bylaws and to hold that precedent for other organizations.
What does that back end processing look like?
Yeah, so when an organization comes to us for funding and they have all these different line item requests, on the back end of that are contracts and W-9s and tax forms and RFDs, and all that needs to be processed ahead of time by the time well before the event even happens. And all of that takes a lot of time because those documents are coming from me, they're going to the organization, and then the organization is that middleman between the people that need to be paid. So it's a lot of back and forth that takes time, and that's why we have that timeline.
Okay, thank you.
And also, we are 15 minutes in, so I would entertain a motion, either one, to either exhaust the speakers list. We have one on the the primary speakers list, and then one on the secondary speakers list. Or I would also entertain a motion to just extend the Q&A period by a certain amount of time.
Mr. Speaker, have a motion.
Yeah.
I would like to motion to exhaust the speakers list.
Okay, is there a second to exhaust the speakers list? All speakers lists?
Can you make an amendment to exhaust the first speakers list?
Yeah, okay, I'll make an amendment to exhaust the first speakers list.
Chair Trout, you're on the secondary speakers list. Right.
Okay, I'm confused by that because traditionally that would mean that we're making sure that anyone who hasn't spoken before can't speak again, but anyone who has already spoken would then be able to continue to speak.
My understanding that second isn't strictly limited to people who've already spoken. That was my understanding.
Then what's the point? What's the goal? What does it accomplish?
Because I had a second question.
Well, Chair Trout, I believe that's why the motion was to just exhaust all speakers lists.
Oh.
You're already on the secondary speakers list.
Well, I thought okay, this might just be a blunder on my part. For all speakers list, I thought that would just said no more for, never mind. I understand what's going on now. My sincerest apologies, ignore my amendment.
I'm going to keep my original motion to exhaust all speakers list,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, is there a second to exhaust all speakers list? All in favor of exhausting the speakers list, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstentions, passes unanimously.
I just want to quickly comment that someone who's been here for a while also makes mistakes for all of you people who are new and don't understand how things work.
Okay, Senator Godshall, you're next.
Speaking of people who are new and not understanding how things work, just for my own personal understanding, is there any way for us to view the Senate discretionary fund? So like, because we are talking about a lot of different like budgets and whether or not this goes over budget and whether or not it's like enough money or whatever, is there any way for us to see what the Senate discretionary fund is and how it's normally allocated every year?
So for some context on that, we have $120,000 to spend this year. We haven't spent any money from the Senate discretionary fund. And I mean, traditionally, it's just been on various projects that senators come up with. So,
And point of information, that budget is not usually used in its full amount every year, right? From my understanding, from what I've talked to past members, that budget does not get used.
right. My understanding the past couple of years, it's rolled over, funds have rolled over.
Point of clarification, we used all of it last year.
Right. So that
We
was,
used all of it, sorry, we used all of it in that, we were like, last minute, we're like, oh, we have money, let's spend it, rather than we're playing the project.
right. From my understanding, last year was the exception rather than the rule, though. Typically, it rolls over into a fund balance. So, was that all you had, Senator Dutchell?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And then Chair Trout.
Sorry, y'all. Okay, so I had two questions. One for Director Cook. Just to ensure that things are kind of understood. BSOP was ratified 2 weeks ago. So how does the process of funds being requested work when there is technically no board?
Yeah, that's something that we definitely struggled with in these first couple of weeks. Is because in these first 2 months without a board, and that's still like organization that's come to us naturally don't fit within our timelines. We are working in the future to amend our bylaws for those first couple months, or B, have a summer board. Unfortunately, neither of those were in place for this year, so we did have to deny many organizations. But even still, I guess that answers your question. But yeah, it is unfortunate, but with the way that our board is constructed and then the timelines after, it is still long enough for a lot of those events in the first 2 months can't be funded traditionally.
That's all I have. Thank you. I yield.
Okay, so we have exhausted the Q&A time. We'll now move into a period of discussion debate on this piece of legislation, starting with the first raised placard. Chair Trout.
So in terms of this passage, I'm going to be voting yay on it for a couple of reasons. One, as described by multiple members within the space, this bill is a very special case. I'm not necessarily worried about it setting precedent for a couple of reasons. One, because when this bill was drafted, it's in this really awkward position in how we operate, where there isn't a board of student organization funding. There isn't any other way for individuals who need funding for events to get funding for these big events. And I think also with the consent of not only Director of Finance, but as well as the Board of Student Organization funding, recognizing that in exceptional cases like this, it's important to focus on things that are important that will benefit the student body. And if we could briefly scroll up to the endorsement list really quick, parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Can we scroll up to the endorsement list? I have been here for a long time, and I don't think I've seen an endorsement list this expansive with not only ASCSU members from multiple branches and departments, as well as CSU students, CSU alumni, community members. This is something that the CSU population as a whole wants, and I feel really icky saying no to what our student population wants. So I yield with that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Trout. Senator Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said earlier, I'm totally okay with this bill passing, provided that the funds are allocated to BSOP, as this is a reallocation of funds, kind of along the lines of reallocation of funds. This does not violate BSOP guidelines. Since it was sponsored by BSOP, I think they're also okay with the funds being used. And I would be voting yay on this piece of legislation only if it is changed from Senate discretionary to BSOP funds. And I yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charity.
I definitely thought I had more fun right what I was going to say. I personally don't understand why there's such a problem of where the funds are coming from when all of the funds have so much money in them. I think it's really important that we support our student body. Michelle is often speaking about how we need to be spending our money, we need to be doing things. And here we are doing things. And so I really think that we need to pass this And I don't think that it matters that it's coming from Senate because it's $6,000. That's so small compared to some projects we've passed in the past. I yield.
Thanks. And kind of just to reiterate, as a BSOF member, per our bylaws, we can't fund it. Like, that's not something we can do
Point
whatsoever.
of clarification, this would be moving it directly from the department, so BSOF bylaws are not in effect. This is just a transfer from one department to another.
It would be a transfer of one special committee to another. BSOF is a separate entity from any other branch within ASCSU, and the controller of the BSOF budget now are the BSOF board members. The overseer of that is the director of finance. It's not necessarily a thing where Senate is control of the money that BSOF has. BSOF is in control of the money that BSOF has.
Bill 4720 had Senate send money to BSOF, additional money to BSOF, which shows a precedent towards the idea of department to department fund exchange. It really does not matter where the funds come from, because at a later date, we can easily decide to refund BSOF with more money from the Senate or fund Senate with more money from BSOF. Well, I don't think you actually did it that way, but yeah.
Right. Senate's able to send money from Senate to BSOF. BSOF is not able to send money through the Senate if it violates the bylaws. I think that's the precedent that was trying to be set.
In another bill, BSOF money, I believe 35,000 was pulled from BSOF to provide funds for, what was it? It was, I want to say it was renovating a computer lab, which would not be in BSOF's guidelines, but it again shows that money can be transferred from department to department without BSOF bylaws being in place.
Right. So not to argue with you, but I was a co-writer of that piece of legislation you're referring to. And the BSOF board voted on doing that. That decision didn't violate our bylaws, and we assisted various other branches within ASCSU and different campus partners in doing that. So I think the disconnect that we're seeing is that BSOF can't transfer funds to the Senate if it violates the bylaws, and it has to be voted on by BSOF.
Point of information, I don't think at any point this was deciding to transfer money from BSOF to Senate, but BSOF to the Department of Equity and Inclusion.
Point of order. I do not believe this is a discussion, or valid discussion debate as member did not face placard.
Director Cook.
Yeah, I think going back to the original comment too, like I said earlier, I would have dissent in having this money come from the BSOF budget because it didn't go through the BSOF process. And that's the point that I have a problem with, is not only did it violate our bylaws, and even if it is allowed for it to come from the BSOF budget, it didn't go through the BSOF process. And that's why I don't feel comfortable in letting the funds come from the BSOF budget.
Point of clarification, also as a member of BSOF myself, I agree with Julian Cook. Names are tough today. That I strongly oppose this money coming from BSOF.
I
have my
second
hand
that.
raised. I have my hand raised, but I don't know if anyone saw me.
Okay, speaker pro temple.
Might I offer a oh my gosh, a middle ground? I can't English today either. Because just overall, the issue is more that it's coming from us and that it's not going through through the proper channels. But this is a very special situation, and I do know that budgetary meets tomorrow. So how would the Senate feel about budgetary looking this over? Just so we do kind of like know where our money's going to, know how it's being spent, knowing the line items. just basically all the things and having budgetary look over it. So having like one of our guys look over it too. That would be my middle ground that I would offer. So that way we just aren't split over the issue.
Point of clarification, we did have Chair Rencher look over this bill with its original edits, not the edits that were made on the floor. I'll yield to Chair Ritter on that. Rencher, I'm so sorry.
Yes, I did look over the bill, but I have not seen the budget breakdown until the weekly report of this week. So I have not looked in detail at like the exact budget breakdown. Budgetary Affairs Committee can look at that breakdown more tomorrow. We do have time to look at that. But I know given the timeline of this bill, how that process would look then, are we thinking that would go through budgetary and next week we would vote on this bill?
Right, so that's what would have to be done after budgetary looks at it. The Senate would have to vote on it. Senator Hill.
I would not advise going to committee because the members did say that they need the funds as soon as possible. So, you know, I would like to have it still kept on for a vote on tonight, just so that we can be respectful of the members who want it, and we can give them that answer now. So that's just my take on it. I think that's only fair. Yeah. I yield.
Senator Reese.
Point of information.
Yes.
I hate that I'm suggesting this, but we have the option of a committee of the whole if y'all would like.
Okay, stew on that for a little bit, folks. Senator Reese.
I guess this will be two parts now. Senator Hill, you mentioned previously that we could expedite funds. What would that do if we did? Because I would also like to have it in budgetary so we can look over it. And then if we do that, can we then expedite the funds and then they get the funds as quickly as possible?
But when I said expedite, that is a process where you vote on the bill so bills usually go through 2 readings, right? When I meant by expedite, I meant where we voted on the first reading. That's what that means. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And then I'm going to redirect it to Chair Easy again. Committee of the whole, can you redefine that for people who don't know, aka me?
Yeah, so for those of you who were here for the bylaws, that was a committee of the whole. For those of you who were not here for the bylaws, committee of the whole is where Senate descends into an unofficial committee, which would be run basically the same way as any of the normal committees. Frankly, I would potentially be in favor of, if Speaker DeSalvo was okay with it, letting Chair Rencher chair that committee of the whole. So it would be a budgetary affairs committee of the whole. And then we would talk about it like we would talk about it in committee. We would still be under parliamentary procedure just to make sure we're not talking over each other, but it's a lot more informal. And then we rise from that with a decision as though it went to committee and then it was in the next week, if that answers your question.
So Senator Denson, you're on the secondary speakers list, by the way. Yeah. Is it about what?
Yeah, I would just say, just keep in mind, everyone, the amount of time that we've been here, just respecting everyone's time here. That is my concern about that, is how process will add on another 20, 30 minutes worth of conversation that will probably ultimately lead to the same result.
Thank you. And then Senator Lowe is on Zoom. So Senator Reese, do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Okay. And then there is one of the authors of the bill, I believe, in the gallery, who wants to speak. Do what? I didn't. Right. Yeah. So I was just yielding. Yeah.
Hello. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to professionally say this. But there is in the bill up there, it has like November 15th is by the date that we have to spend it, but someone just informed us that the LSC might not bill us by that time. and we're just concerned that the funds would go away if they didn't bill us before November 15th. So like, could we change it to like January 1st of 2023 or something, just to like make sure that if this does pass, that it wouldn't go away. But yeah, so pick a date, you get to make that change as an author. It's just automatic. Sweet, let's just do January 1st, 2022 then.
Cool. All right, and then Senator Lowe, you still had something.
Yeah, so I wanted to speak about why this is important for our students. So for a little bit of context for those who don't know me, last year I was with a peer mentor with the Pride Resource Center, and I was working really closely with a group of 3 students. One of my students went on to win an award with Pride for being a rising star because she had to go out of her way to create a space in the College of Agriculture where she and other queer students could feel safe. I had another student who was really struggling with feeling safe on campus. All of my students did not feel safe on campus because of their queer identities. And so I want to encourage everybody to vote yes on this. Yes, it is an exceptional circumstance, but the work that this bill is doing and the community that this bill is creating is so desperately needed from our students. I worked with students through some really hard moments last year, and this is so important. It's more than just the technicalities of funding. This drag show is like much needed joy, especially after the year we've had for LGBTQ plus rights nationwide, especially in October with the passing of Matthew Shepard, a queer man from Laramie, Wyoming, who was a victim of a very violent hate crime, who actually passed away at Poudre Valley Hospital in 1998. Like, we need the joy in the month of October. So I really want to encourage everyone to vote yes, because queer students desperately need this. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Lowe. Senator Weaver.
I just wanted to say, I think this is a great opportunity to support diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as Chair Trout said, this is an exceptional matter. We have students coming and asking for our help. I think this is a great opportunity to kind of show these students, you know, what we're doing here, what we're doing with their funds. And I fully support this. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Weaver. Pro Tempore Caracero Perez, did you already, I didn't have your name on the speaking list. Did you already speak during the discussion debate period? I forgot.
I did, however, I might have a solution that you might want to hear.
Okay, you could do that as a point of information, I guess.
Hearing all of y'all's opinion on diversity and inclusion truly warms my Latinx soul, and just knowing that all of you care so much about these issues. Might I suggest that just Chair Rencher comes back to us next week with a report on what this would look like, not necessarily on whether, like, not necessarily us voting yes or no, but just her and her committee coming back to us. That way we know clearly how this affects us versus just voting yes, voting no, or abstaining. Just so we do have that transparency in our space while still getting the House of Ovis the funds that they do need. I yield.
Okay, is there anyone else on? Okay, so we'll go to Senator Thompson, and that would finish up the primary speakers list if everyone's fine with that, exhausting that, then going into secondary, because the folks who do want to speak. Oh no, Senator Associate Aslan, and then we'll go to Senator Thompson.
Hi y'all. Sorry. I am one of the authors on this bill, so naturally I'm a little biased about it, but I would like to say that based off what we have seen in this space a couple weeks ago previously, there has been a large amount of faith lost within ASCSU for students towards ASCSU due to the lack of diversity, equity, and inclusion this space has seen. As I said previously, I am biased, so I do believe that passing this bill, I put this into your hands entirely, passing this bill would be a good move.
I would also like to say that the current asking amount from Senate discretionary is 6,000. Of the total 120,000, we are asking for 5% of that total amount, which is not, it is math, I promise, I get the math. Sorry. It is not that large of an amount. And due to the sunset clause in it, if there is any amount that has not been spent, it will be sent back to the appropriate funds, which I believe should address a couple of concerns about what happens to the funds. I yield to Chair Trout.
Just to fact check, it's 0.05.
Multiplied by 100.
Oh, never mind, just kidding. Well, then it's still really a low number. My point still stands. It's been a long night, y'all.
Right.
Those in liberal arts, we can't do math. So. Associate Senator Aslan, did you yield? I don't know if I heard that.
I did not. I yield to Chair Trout for just a hot second. I thought it wasn't a math correction.
No, you're good.
It was a mistake. You're all good. I do believe that this bill is important to students across campus as well. We have seen with the drag shows held in the past how much CSU students love drag. We ardently love drag. Repeating what Chair Trout said, a massive amount of students have rallied behind this bill. And I would ask that you please take that into account when you are giving your verdict whenever we get to that. To remember that we are here for the students, not for ourselves and not for our own concerns. Thank you, Senator. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Okay, and we do have 2 minutes left on the discussion debate clock. We have 2 senators left. We have,
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to extend the discussion debate time by 30 minutes.
Can I amend to 15? Compromise at 10?
I amended to 5 minutes.
Okay, so all those in favor of extending the time for discussion debate to 5 more minutes? Is there a second for that, first of all? Okay, all those in favor of extending it 5 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And then abstentions? You guys have it? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, can I just call the vote on that? Just because I saw some heads shake and I'm concerned
Oh, about
on that vote.
extending it? Okay, we'll do it by placard then. So, all those in favor of extending it 5 minutes?
One eye on G.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and put them down. All those opposed? Five. And then abstentions, I think that's 6. Abstentions, 1. Okay, by a vote of 22 to 6 to 1, this motion passes. So the clock will be extended 5 minutes. Senator Thompson, I think you're next.
Hi, I'm wondering with Speaker Pro Tempore, was she suggesting that we vote on this next week? Is it to the people that brought up no?
Are you yielding to me?
I yield. Yeah. To you.
So that is what I was thinking initially. However, due to the time constraint, it did have me thinking that we vote on this piece of legislation now. Just based off how I'm reading the room, it looks really positive for this piece of legislation. So more like voting on it today and then in budgetary tomorrow, Chair Rencher can look over the more logistical aspects of it, and then she would come back to us next week. So this really wouldn't affect the bill itself. It would be more for transparency. That way we know, okay, this is where our funds are going. Some people don't know what a sunset clause is. So it gives more transparency for not just our constituents, but our senators. So it would, in my solution, if this is what y'all choose to do, y'all would vote on it today. Like I said, it looks overwhelmingly positive. Well, sounds overwhelmingly positive. So does that answer your question?
Yes. And I just want to voice my support. It seems like there's some maybe things that were missed logistically through the whole process, but it's a small sum of money. It's an exception. I think the amount of discussion we've had is large. And I think everybody on my row, we want to support you all. And I think it's a great bill. And if I can, I'd like for us to just vote. Can I motion for previous discussion now, or do we have to exhaust?
I think you meant motion for previous question.
Motion for previous question.
I second that.
Okay.
Point of information real quick. So me and Senator Shetty have talked to Julian, and there is a potential for a different way of doing this that does not require Senate at all, and it's just directly from BSOF. So we would request that we table this slightly, so that way we can see if Julian's currently talking to her advisor about whether or not this idea is feasible. So we would request if we could table voting on whether or not this bill passes until after we figure out about whether or not this method is feasible. If that is all right.
Mr. Speaker, my motion will still stand.
Okay. So it's
I see Jess shaking her head. Does she want to say something?
okay. So before I entertain any motions, I guess we should talk about tabling, just to read the room, if we're fine with tabling, before I make any decision.
Mr. Speaker, you have to go with the motion that was made first before you can talk about that one.
Okay. So
once again, Mr. Speaker, I motion to move the previous question.
okay, and there was a second for that. Okay.
I second that.
So I'll do this by placard so there's no confusion. All those in favor of ending the period of discussion and debate and voting on this? Okay, go ahead and put them down. All those opposed? And then abstentions? So with a vote of 30 to 0 to 1, we are out of the discussion debate period. And then there was a second motion that was made to table.
I motion to table this till Julian comes back with her response.
Okay, that needs a second. Okay, tabling, I believe needs a 2/3. So all those in favor, will do this by placard. All those in favor of tabling?
Before you vote, can we just clarify where you're putting it? Like, are you gonna put it after the sunset clause bill maybe? Or?
Sure,
Okay.
sunset clause works.
Okay, all in favor of tabling this piece of legislation? And then therefore we'd move on to some of our old business and then come back to it. All those in favor of that, raise your placard. Okay, go ahead and put them down. All those opposed?
One nay on Zoom. Two no on Zoom.
Okay, and then abstentions?
3 no's on Zoom.
5 abstentions. Okay, so with a vote of 6 to 20 to 5, Advisor Dierdal.
My apologies. I try really hard not to interfere in your all space. What Marcus and I were just chatting about, we don't know, and sorry, now I'm interrupting the vote. We don't know what options, like I think Jillian and Ollie right now are discussing. even outside of ESOP, if there's other options. So you all should still, and getting the temperature from the room, maybe proceed forward with how would you like to do in case there is not a backup option. So we don't even know if the options they're discussing. I doubt we'll have an answer tonight if they're going to be a viable option. We're probably going to have to check with other people, probably have to go look through other processes. So I wouldn't be banking on any option being 100% guaranteed tonight as a backup option, if that makes sense. And you all are doing amazing work, and you have wonderful questions and wonderful comments, and just keep it up. Very proud.
Thank you, Advisor Judall. So with a vote of 6 to 20 to 5, that motion to table it fails. And so now we're moving into a period of voting on the piece of legislation itself. And we'll do that by placard as well.
Point of order, when voting for a bill requires a roll call.
I move for a placard vote.
Okay, so all those in favor of voting by placard say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that motion to vote by placard passes. We'll do this by placard vote. All those in favor of passing this bill, raise your placards. Okay, all those opposed? And then abstentions? With a vote of 25 to 2 to 2, this bill passes. As a Senate,
Speaker, I motion for 5-minute recess. I retract that motion. Mr.
congrats, as the Senate, we finally passed a piece of legislation. It's a good feeling. We should feel more of this. Okay, now we'll move on to Bill 5203, Sunset Clause for Bill 5115. Yes, Cherokee. Okay.
Yeah. This bill aims to create a sunset clause for bill number 5115.
Okay, Cherokee.
I move to temporarily table this bill, but hear me out before we feel like this is an attack. As you might be aware, especially if you were here for the original version of this bill, Lyft leaves our disabled constituents out for a variety of reasons, both in that drivers reject riders because of service dogs, mobility aids, unfit vehicles, etc. They've been sued twice by the National Federation of the Blind. In trying to find solutions for Ramride currently relying on Lyft, we have found that there are potential legal concerns with using Lyft that both OCL and the FCC are currently working through. This could possibly open CSU up to lawsuits, complaints, or withholding of state and federal funding from the Department of Education and the Department of Transportation under the ADA Title II. The motion to table would only be until OCL and the FCC can discuss with lawyers and legal counsel about the best way to move forward with Lyft, and in one that is ADA compliant and does not risk legal action against the university. Because CSU receives state and federal funding, we have to be compliant with ADA as a piece of federal civil rights legislation that prevents discrimination. Even though Lyft is a private business, their contract with us requires them to be compliant in the same way as CSU, or CSU needs to offer an accessible alternative that is equivalent to the service provided by Lyft. While this is an issue of inclusion, the motion is to be careful of the potential severe legal issue, and we just want time for OCL and the FCC to resolve it. Justin Dove and Lindsay Mason are actively working to find a compliance solution, and Lindsay Mason and Justin Dove are aware and content with this motion.
Okay, so that motion has been made to table. Is there a second? Okay.
Seconded.
So we'll do this by placard so there's no confusion. all those in favor of tabling this piece of legislation temporarily? I think that's 17. That's 17. 13, 2 on Zoom, so 20. Okay, and then,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to retract my vote on that one. I'm sorry.
so 19, okay. And then, noes. And then abstentions. So I believe motions to table do need 2/3. Let me add that up real quick. Math is difficult. Okay,
Mr. Speaker, there's somebody on Zoom who wants to speak.
we are in the middle of a vote. So, yeah, what is it? Is it a point of information or?
College Liberal Arts, would you like to speak? They're voting. Is your vote an aye?
Oh, yeah, I think that's Senator Melka on a different Zoom account. What do you? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Justin. So the vote threshold would be 18 in order to table this. With a vote of 19 to 7 to 5, this motion to table passes. And then, so moving on to Lex 5202, vote of confidence clarification.
Speaker, as this Lex was originally presented in title and abstract only, we as authors would like to move for 10 minutes of presentation so that we can give a kind of a scope of what this Lex actually is about to the Senate.
Say make a motion to do that for 10 minutes. Okay, is there a second?
Seconded.
All those in favor of allowing 10 minutes for presentation, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Yay.
I'll do that by placard because there's division. So all those in favor of allowing 10 minutes for presentation.
One eye on you. 2 eyes on you. 30.
Okay, all those opposed? And then abstentions? Okay, with a vote of 14 to 6 to 7, this motion passes. 10 minutes for presentation will be allotted.
Hi y'all, it's been long nights. We're gonna make it quick, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So just bear with us for that little bit of time. So just to explain a little bit of the reasoning for this Lex, its primary goal is to remedy previous errors within the space. Specifically, it describes what the process of vote of confidence pertains and how it can be appealed if the candidate wishes. It establishes an official procedure for the ballot tallies, what happens to those tallies, and the timeline of the votes being kept and where they are archived. It also pertains to what is germane to a vote of confidence,
created in a way that is fair to the voting senators of last year and the candidates that interacted with it. We are also hoping that this will make it easier for candidates to make a case for appeal, as they can state which section was done incorrectly within this reformed vote of confidence, rather than just saying this went wrong because this thingy, because of this one sentence that is poorly described. We have also gotten agreements with the court to agree to establish an appeals process within their own bylaws that they will do on their own terms. In regards to the rules of voting, regarding votes of confidence, so that candidates have an opportunity to appeal in a way that is equitable and predetermined to ensure the process is fair to all parties. Yes, I'll yield to Chief Justice Marcus.
Just so there's no confusion on the matter, the court is not sponsoring this bill. That response was, if this bill is passed by the Senate, the court would then take it on their behalf to establish such a process within our own bylaws. That was not a statement of us approving or sponsoring this bill.
Thank you for the clarification. I'll yield to Chair AP for further explanation of why we're wanting to do it.
Okay, so I am explaining as impartially as I can why we believe that this is important. So last year during the elections period, as is traditional, the speaker of the Senate candidates go through what is called a vote of confidence. In the Constitution, that's about 3 lines of text, and it's not really laid out very well. In the vote of confidence of this last year, one candidate had previously committed what the legislative cabinet deemed to be an ad hominem attack, or at a minimum, a failure of following those rules. This was spoken about in the Senate in discussion and debate on those candidates, specifically on that one candidate. And when that vote happened, the candidate failed the vote, but on closer inspection, the vote had to be redone because that whole thing got bungled. Because abstentions were counted, all of this jazz that, you know, makes the Senate really hard to deal with. That candidate's failure of confidence was overturned, and so they did end up having confidence for the rest of the campaigning period. But Chair Trout and I believe that like none of that should have happened. It should have been done in a way that it should have been laid out ahead of time how this should have gone in a way that is equitable to everyone involved, in a way that we're not going to end up having to overturn it except by an appeals process, of course, but so that everyone has an idea of what's actually going to happen. Because I think if anyone turns to the Constitution right now and looks at it, they're going to be like, what is this thing? Like, it's a couple lines of text. If you haven't been here for one, it's really hard to know what it's about.
And just to kind of answer some previous concerns that were brought up, within the Lex, if you've had a chance to read it, one of the concerns was ad hominem attacks are too vague. We put that in. Being vague is a requirement to be able to hold an ad hominem attacks accountable. We cannot possibly encompass every single possible type of ad hominem attack within this Lex, especially with the changes made in committee. But we're hoping it's a start to that process to further establish ad hominem attacks. And as many of you know, there are 2 Lexes that are in dealing with vote of confidence. This one that expands it, and another one that plans to either numb it down or scrap it entirely. We fundamentally agree with scrapping the vote of confidence for a number of reasons. Arguably disagree, my apologies. Arguably the biggest revolves around the understanding of the fundamental differences between the elections of the president and vice president and the speaker of the Senate. Presidents and VPs can start with very little experience within the space and can instead focus on projects that they want to focus on and all that sort of thing. The speaker and legislative cabinet as a whole in general is more of a managerial position. They need to be able to operate the space, the Senate space, with new and old members alike. For the Senate to run efficiently, they need an efficient speaker. The vote of confidence allows the compromise of Senate being able to vote on, being confident on the candidates up for election, regardless who wins that election, that they will run that space well. The fact is that realistically, the only individuals who truly understand how the Senate is run is Senate and the senators who have been in this space. This is key to understanding why the vote of confidence is essential for the space to operate efficiently. It's also worth noting that the Speaker of the Senate was originally intended to be voted in by the Senate and the Senate alone. So similar to Speaker pro tempore, or any other members of legislative cabinet. When someone had an issue with that and wanted to have it be sent to the students for a vote, the compromise was the vote of confidence to ensure that the speaker was competent and able to run the space. And from there, the students would be able to make the decision, kind of elaborating on that for the point. This background is given not because the Constitution shouldn't evolve, but to provide reasoning behind why things that are the way they are. We believe context is important, but especially so for those that have not been to a vote of confidence before, understand the implications between expanding it and scrapping it altogether.
I just want to clarify one thing that Chair Trout said, in that the Senate is the Senate is what knows the Senate best. That is not saying that senators are the only people who can be speaker. Obviously, Speaker DeSalvo is doing a great job, who was not a senator previously. That is saying that Senate is the only ones who can say, here's how Senate works, and you're going to be competent enough to be able to run the Senate.
Yeah, thank you.
Good?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, I think we yield now.
Cool. So, this is on its second reading.
And it
Okay.
gets through.
Yeah, so, that's that. We have any questions that you want to ask, just briefly? I'll allow that. No? Discussion debate on the second reading? Okay. This is the second reading of this piece of legislation. Third reading, it gets the discussion and then voted on. So. Is that clarified? Cool. So.
Thank you.
So that's it with our business.
Mr. Speaker, do we have discussion and debate on this piece of legislation?
No.
Oh.
Oh, to go to another committee? Okay. So.
Mr. Speaker, open to 10 minutes of discussion debate.
No.
Is there a second to open it up to discussion debate? That wasn't a second, just for your information. Okay. All right, so with that, like I said, I would allow any questions before we move into sending it to committee. Seeing none, which committee did this come out of?
Came from internal affairs.
Okay, so we'll take a vote to send it to University Affairs, if someone wants to make that motion.
Point of order, I believe it's just voted on to be sent to.
To a committee, and then I'll send it to University
Yes.
Affairs.
Okay, yeah.
So if someone wants to make the motion, send it off.
Sorry, I know we haven't been through any lessons for you sharing, so just to clarify the process. Traditionally, electeds have their first read with question and answer, and then they get sent to committee. When they come back to their second read, we vote on them to just like continue them through the process. It's not anything that requires a motion because it's the same as though we would be voting it to pass it, even though we're not passing it yet. We're just continuing the process. We're voting to continue. That makes sense. So it doesn't need a motion.
Yeah. So
I'd like to make a motion to pass this on to committee.
I think what Charity said is that it doesn't need a motion to go to committee. It just needs a vote. So a yes vote would mean you want it to go further in the process. We sent to the committee. A no vote would stop the process, and an abstention again wouldn't be counted towards anything. So all those in favor of sending this off to committee and continuing with the process? How many on Zoom? There's nobody?
One.
Okay, so 17 no votes. Don't want this to continue. 3, okay. And then abstentions? 5. Okay, with a vote of 17 to 3 to 5, this Lex will continue, and I'll send it off to University Affairs. Is this the first piece of legislation you've had in University Affairs, Chair Trout? No?
It's the second Lex,
Okay.
but it's not the first piece of legislation. It's the first in a while, which I appreciate, but it's not the first one.
Okay, so with that, we are out of our old and new business. Now we're on to the election of the Constitution Caucus Chair. We'll do nominations or for others or self-nomination.
Mr. Speaker, can I make a motion to postpone this until next week? It's 10:05. I think I could speak for most people here. I kind of want to go night-night.
Chief Justice Zacharias.
I don't know if it's okay for me to say this, but the only reason I stayed this late was to nominate an individual for Chair of Constitution Caucus. I'd really appreciate if we just finish it off instead of postponing. We already postponed a couple of things into next Senate. I would be okay.
If I might also add, y'all, I can't hold two positions. I've been interim chair. So I do desperately need to pass on the torch because it's unconstitutional for me to keep on to Constitution Caucus. But till now, I've just been interim chair, so I do need to pass that torch.
I'd like to add that it's kind of no everyone in this room, and it's an internal election, so they kind of could go pretty quickly. So it's fast.
Okay, is everyone cool with just doing it now?
Okay, so I'll resend that motion.
Okay. Senator Hill, did you have something?
I'll wait till we start nominating people.
Okay, so Chief Justice Zacharias.
I would like to nominate Senator Parker Doyle for Chair of Constitution Caucus.
I second that.
Senator Doyle, do you accept?
I do accept.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Senator Correa.
Senator Correa, do you accept?
I accept.
Any other nominations or self-nominations? What?
I'd like to nominate Ben Rosdoxy.
Yeah, anyone can serve as a caucus chair. Do you accept? You're here already, bro. Like you're here all the time. So it's not like you left.
I'll accept.
All right.
I did it.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none. We will have, since this is an election, we'll have them all present separately. So you guys can battle it out onto how you want to do that. If I could have all three come up here and then just decide on what order you want to do it in.
I would also like to add, be respectful of people's time. Obviously, we want to hear what you have to say, but just try to keep things to the point, just so we can be respectful of people's time.
Right. Okay. Have you decided who's going to go first? I'll just choose someone. Okay. Who's going first? Okay. Senator Correa. And then if the other two candidates could leave it in. All right. Senator Correa, you'll get 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, Senate. My name is Ritik Correa. I also go by Rick. I'm a senator for the Office of International Programs. I'm sorry if I seem a little weird today. I am sick, so please pardon me if I am not clear in what I say. I have thought about this for quite some time. I initially didn't want to run for any chair position, but after debating and deliberating with myself for a long time, I thought, hey, why not run for Constitutional Caucus? This is a particular area in ASCSU where I believe I know a tiny bit. I have read the Constitution multiple times. Well, to be honest, I like reading constitutions. It gives me a kick. I have read quite a few constitutions. I've read the Indian Constitution, which is the world's largest constitution. Obviously, I do not know what it says like on top of my head, but I do have a gist of it. The same thing applies when it comes to the ASCSU Constitution. I wouldn't say I know everything, but I do have a fair idea of what's where.
Being a member within the space for over a year, I do understand the problems and the issues that the ASCSU Constitution has. They're not really problems, but things that could be fixed just to make the space more efficient. And as the Constitution Caucus Chair, I would like the caucus to discuss not just the Constitution, but also the issues within our bylaws. So if you do go to see the bill that was presented last year, it says that the Constitution Caucus is going to dissolve by the end of the 52nd Senate. So this is a caucus that, unlike Women's Caucus or DNI Caucus, is going to expire at the end of the 52nd Senate. This was brought by Kevin Clark, former parliamentarian, solely because he thought that the Constitutional Caucus's purpose is to rectify all issues within the Constitution, pass Lex 5201. That was the Lex that made everything that we passed in the 50th and the 51st Senate has legal tender. And that was the main goal of the Constitutional Caucus. And now our goal is to rectify any issues within the Constitution so that we can't really send legislation as caucuses can't really send or, edit legislation or receive legislation, but they can make recommendations. And that is what I intend to do. With that, I yield, Mr. Speaker, for any Q&A.
Okay, we'll open up 10 minutes of Q&A. Senator Hill.
That was my former title, but thank you. Thank you, Senator Correa, for presenting. I think that, you could have the potential to be a good, excuse me, chair. I just have one question for you, and I know we don't like to ask, have you read these documents, blah, blah, but since you're literally going into a position where it's kind of interpreting the Constitution, have you read the Constitution in full, whatever?
Yes, I have.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Kilburn.
Yeah, I was wondering if you just had any changes that you already have in mind that you want to push for, or like ways that you want to see us reinterpret the Constitution.
I do, but I don't have them on top of my mind, mainly because I am sick today and I cannot think. But yes, there are a couple of things, mainly efficiency related, that I'd like to amend. Hopefully not really amend, but more like get the Senate's viewpoint and how it's going on. Look at the issues we had previously and think about the future and make those changes so that not just Senate, but ASCSU as a whole can run more efficiently. There are some discrepancies within the Constitution as well that I'd like to make sure that the Senate addresses. So as a chair, that will be my main purpose, my main goal.
Yeah, that's chill. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Kilburn. Chief Justice, did you have something?
I can personally speak on Rithik's behalf. He's probably sick tonight. He has a lot of things that he wants to change to the Constitution, so I cannot doubt that man's passion at all. My question for you would be, have you thought about ways to Marcus Constitution Caucus? Because I believe the best way for that group to be effective is to have as many participants as possible.
Yes, I have. First thing is I'm gonna try and send out a poll or gauge. I know that a lot of people haven't really replied to polls over time, but I will be trying to gauge where people want to have constitutional caucus, go up to them and explicitly ask them the issues that they personally face within ASCSU and how they would like to remedy it, provide them solutions that we can, they could come up to constitutional caucus whenever they feel like there's an issue and they want to remedy it. They could come up like, hey, this is an issue, this is how I'd like to remedy it, or this is an issue, how can we remedy it? Basically providing them solutions. I would also like to work extensively with the front desk and parliamentarian in making sure the Constitution is updated on our website. I do not think it's updated, is it? No. So Constitution is currently there, has not been updated, so I will be working on that. My goal is maybe once or twice a semester coming up with a presentation on a couple of sections within the Constitution that I think are relevant to at least Senate. That's how I'd like to mark it and let people know that, hey, there's a caucus that does exist. Please show up.
I yield. Thank you for your answer. It was a great one.
Thank you, Chair Trout.
Good evening. How do you plan to uphold the university and ASCSU initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I believe in standing up for everybody's rights, even the identities that I do not hold in a neutral manner, regardless of how it looks. That's my whole way on upholding everybody's identities, everybody's understanding of how they want to proceed with life, and not denying people that I don't agree with, but rather talking to them and understanding their point of view so that I may change the way I think if I'm wrong.
And how do you plan to balance school, the additional responsibility of being a caucus chair with an ASCSU, and an outside job if that part is applicable?
Well, my job is the job of an RA, so which is the way I've set it this year, it's only Tuesdays and Thursdays. So apart from that, job-wise, I'm pretty much free. School, this year I'm taking very few number of classes, mainly because of certain issues that I'm facing. So not academic related, but certain issues that I'm facing, which is why I'm taking very few number of classes. So I think I do have ample time to chair constitutional caucus. Sorry.
No worries. How are you going to recognize your inherent biases?
As I've said earlier, by talking to people that I do not identify with, by understanding their viewpoint and trying to change the way I think if I'm wrong in that particular instance.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you. Any other questions, Charity?
What tangible and direct actions have you taken to address and unlearn racism?
Could you repeat that question, please?
What tangible and direct actions have you taken to address and unlearn racism?
Well, I am from, as you all might be knowing, a different country. I'm from India. Coming to this country, I think I came here like 3.5 years ago. Tangible things, as I've said earlier as well, I like speaking to people about their different perspectives, understanding and gauging how they think about situations so that I can change the way I think if I'm ever wrong in that situation. Yeah, we all come up with our own inherent biases by the way we are brought up, by the media we see, movies we watch, so many things that influence our lives in different ways. But the more conversations you have with people that do not have the same identities as you, that do not think the same way as you, the more conversations you have, the more you learn over there.
How will you use your position to allow for diverse voices and opinions held by those often overlooked or heard, particularly when you don't have those identities?
As I said earlier, I'm going to try my best to market the Constitutional Caucus and make sure everybody attends at least once in a while so that their concerns can be addressed at caucus. Now, caucus cannot really send a piece of legislation or receive a piece of legislation, but it can definitely suggest pieces of legislation. And should people with these identities who do not feel that their voice is represented can come up to Constitutional Caucus and say, hey, these are the issues, this is what I want to rectify, and I will make sure they will be allowed to speak within caucus.
Chairs are dedicated to being unbiased. How will you ensure that you are unbiased while you are chairing the Constitutional Caucus and you are ensuring that everyone has it?
Well, first of all, as a chair, I wouldn't be having a vote in Constitutional Caucus. What I can do, on the other hand, so as per the Constitutional Caucus bylaws, I am the one with the sole discretion of setting the agenda. Although I will not be doing that, I will be sending it out to folks for input. What with Constitutional Caucus, all I do is saying, hey, this is something that I'm bringing as a senator, and I would like the members of the caucus to discuss it while I chair, if that answers your question.
Any other questions, candidate? Seeing none. Okay. I'll have you leave it.
Thank you, Senate.
All right, Senator Doyle, you have 5 minutes to present.
So,
Just wait.
Lou,
For those of you who might not know me, and most likely that's a lot because I'm a fairly new senator, my name is Parker Doyle. I'm from the College of Engineering. Why I think I'm qualified for this position is that I have dedicated a large portion of time towards reading various bylaws such as SFRB, BSOF, Constitution, Senate bylaws, and really just as much of the varying governing documents in Senate as I can. One of the things I've recently started working on is reading through past legislation that has passed, so I can understand more about what the current precedent of this space is. And that really leads to why I want to be Constitution Caucus Chair. I believe that, especially for new members, reading through the Constitution and the bylaws, there's a lot of basically blank spots where there's just a lack of information on various Senate procedure and how things have to go on because it's all just unwritten precedent. And so as a caucus chair, what I would like to do is use that caucus space as a way to teach senators, both new and old, who might be unfamiliar with various parts of the Constitution and the bylaws, how each thing works, and then also work on amending Constitution and bylaws to add various things that are missing, like the process of voting on a slate and all that sort of thing. And yeah, that's my time.
Okay, 10 minutes of Q&A. Senator Hill.
Thank you for your interest for Chair for Constitutional Caucus. I'm sorry if it's been a long night. But my first question to you is that the Constitution requires is a document that's very objective, that requires a very high state of objectivity. How are you going to make sure no bias from your part comes into interpreting or changing the Constitution, as it is a very important document?
Yes, it is definitely the most important document that we have in this space. And so one way that I will reduce my bias is in Constitutional Caucus Chair cannot actually vote on any piece of part of on the Constitution and what needs to be amended. So what I'd be acting in is more of an advisory role, bringing up pieces of the Constitution that I feel might have some issues or might need some revision, and then having the other members of that caucus discuss whether or not that they agree with that opinion, which definitely does pull me out of a really big decision maker in that space. But I also know that just being the chair itself does have a lot of power and influence over what people believe and whether or not people actually do believe that something needs to be amended. So for those controversial pieces of the legislation, there are ways in which that can be minimized. We can go to the Supreme Court for various informal judicial opinions, and whether or not we are actually interpreting the Constitution correctly. We can also just make sure that none of us are being heated, because the Constitution is a document that has lasted for a long time and it will continue to last. And so we definitely can afford to take a step back and make sure to just thoroughly look over, cross-check that with various other constitutions. ASCSU is not unique in the idea of having a constitution. There are constitutions for homeowners associations, constitutions for so many different organizations. There is an endless supply of various things we can cross-check with to make sure that everything is working as it should be. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. That was a good answer, Mr. Speaker. You'll need time.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
I don't think anyone in this space can question your knowledge on the Constitution and the various bylaws that we have here. The one part of the Constitution Caucus Chair's job would be to market that caucus to the rest of the body, because I believe it's only beneficial if you have as many voices as possible. Mm-hmm. So have you thought about any marketing plans to get as many Senate members in there as possible?
So for marketing the Constitution Caucus, I it would definitely depend on, I definitely want to, one reason I think that Constitution Caucus does not receive a large portion of members is that the idea behind Constitution Caucus is very broad. When the Constitution Caucus was first implemented, it was mainly to get the Constitution passed after it failed to pass due to the lacking of the not enough student votes. So what I would definitely think needs to happen is we need to better clarify what the Constitutional Caucus is. And I want to do that in educating. So I believe that by offering a place to educate and teach the various senators here about how the Constitution and bylaws work, especially as it pertains to like a specific bill that they're working on or elects or resolution, I believe that can definitely help drum up people to come to the caucus, as well as I believe looking at the Constitution and other documents and like sectioning it off and looking at it in different sections when there's not bills to review. So that way during the Senate space, we can go and say, since Constitution Caucus meets on Thursdays, we can say, today we'll be working at how section whatever works. And so anyone who is interested in how that section works can come into the caucus. We can discuss, we can educate, and we can learn together how our Constitution and bylaws work.
Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Chair Trout.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello. We'll try and go through these really quickly. How do you plan to balance the additional responsibility of being caucus chair with school and outside work if that's applicable?
So I have a fairly open schedule. I am not a part of any outside work. I am a part of the College of Engineering as ECC, but I mean, every single one of us in this space are part of our various colleges and offices. I typically tend to be very on time with my work. And I just feel like so long as I make a schedule and keep to it, I can continue to be on top of what needs to be done.
It is your job to represent all identities, not just the ones you hold. How do you intend to ensure you are doing this?
So like I said, in order to accurately represent everyone, you need more people to actually come and people with those diverse backgrounds to come to meetings. So I think the first step is definitely to market the Constitution to more people. And when it comes to a part that there is just confusion because it just is not applicable to us, going through Slack or going through speaking directly to that person or email, the people who that does apply to, so that way they can share their thoughts in that matter.
Awesome, thank you. I yield.
Sure.
As a new senator in this space, how have you gotten used to reading these not very user-friendly documents?
Basically one of the things that why I am so originally what I wanted to be before I decided to be an engineer was a lawyer. So for a large period of time during my high school experience, I read a lot of legalese. I read tax records for various cities for some inexplicable reason. I just was really interested in that, but as I went on, I decided I preferred to go to engineering. So my background is definitely in just reading various constitutional documents outside of ASCSU and other documents of that similar nature. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question.
Okay, any other questions for this candidate? Seeing none, thank you. You can go ahead and bring the next one in.
I can do that.
All right. righty. Candidate Torres Doxy, you have 5 minutes to present.
Hi everyone. So my name is Ben Torres Doxy. I know a lot of folks in the room, but for anyone who does not know me, once again, my name is Ben Torres Doxy. I use the he, him series pronouns. I was heavily involved in the space. Well, still kind of am heavily involved in the space. I've been to like 3 meetings this year, kind of just as an observer. I was a recruitment and retention officer last year, and I was the senator for APAC from the fall of 2020 up until the spring of 2022. I mean, I guess I kind of got pushed in this nomination, but I'd like to facilitate healthy discussions around the Constitution and facilitate dialogue around it, because it is like it is our governing document. And I think it's important that healthy discussions and input be facilitated in a space that is like made for the Constitution, and where changes are being made to the Constitution. I haven't attended, for context, I haven't attended the Constitutional Caucus, but I kind of just got pushed into this, so it's a way I can facilitate dialogue, which I do enjoy to do. I work at APAC. I'm the Try to Understand coordinator. It's a weekly discussion group where we talk about issues pertinent to the APETA community, which is completely separate, but I do have some experience facilitating discussion. So yeah, and like I do want to preface it by saying, if I do have any opinions on how the Constitution should be changed, I will refrain from my chair position in the caucus, and the vice chair will chair the meeting, depending on if I'm opinionated or biased towards a certain position on any stakes that are involved. So yeah, I'll if Q&A, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, 10 minutes of Q&A, starting with first base placard, check out.
Good evening. Always exciting to see you in the space again, my friend. Caucuses have the unique privilege of allowing members of outside of ASCSU to have the same rights as members within the space. How you plan to get membership not only from different branches, but also from members outside of ASCSU?
You mean like, sorry, can you like, I'm having a little trouble understanding your question.
No, you're all good. So caucuses, it's not limited to just ASCSU members. So how do you plan to get members from like the executive branch in, as well as members who aren't associated with ASCSU?
Yeah, I guess like just like creating dialogue between exec and the other branches in ASCSU. Or even hosting like, I don't know, like maybe a trivia committee would be fun. And like advertising, maybe even making like an Instagram, if like there could be like a person in the caucus who wants to like share that up, or we could hold a vote or something, like social media, so that we can get folks that aren't involved in the space talk about it with I'm pretty involved with SDPS too, so there's plenty of ways, but I think social media would probably be the best way, like Instagram. Yeah.
I think that's all I have. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Any other questions? Staying none, go ahead and have you leave. Okay.
Sorry, I suddenly heard talking, but he had to leave the room. So if this is a question somebody else has already asked, please let me know. How would you judge your knowledge of the Constitution? Because it's quite Constitution. It's because it's such a huge document. It takes a lot of input on it. So thank you.
Yeah, so I did read it my first semester, so like October of 2020. It was pretty complicated, I'm not gonna lie. I think of a lot of us, know it's pretty complicated. And then I read it again in 15 months. I mean, I would judge it like on a fair rationale, but not like super extensively. So,
Okay, better question. How would you judge your interaction with the Constitution?
Oh, okay. I mean, I would judge my interaction with the Constitution pretty well. I think when like different like topics of debate on the Constitution have come in the Senate before, I always had like the document on hand, like during Senate sessions. So it was always there, whether I had it on my phone or like just pulled up on my laptop. I kind of had it. So I guess if that kind of answers your question. But my interactions with it thus far have been, I think I understand the document well. There are some like parts where I've had to ask for clarifications, but you know, I usually just ask people who know. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, go ahead and leave the room, please. Then we'll now go into 20 minutes of discussion and debate on all three of these candidates. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that two of the candidates I really like. I think that they will be excellent members. But I think I do have a little hesitation with candidate towards Doxy. You know, with conversation with him, he has told me a lot of like, you know, how much the Constitution needs to be changed, or, you know, I don't know if he was joking or not, but I think he once said that he wants to abolish the Constitution. And so, so I don't know, but I think that my point is that he has very extreme views on the Constitution and how it's interpreted. And so, as I mentioned before, the Constitution requires the utmost objectivity, and I do not think that objectivity on the Constitution is the candidate towards Doxy holds. However, I think that so yeah, I think that's will be the end of my so yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm here.
Thank you. Chair Richard.
I think in particular, Rita Correa and then Parker Doyle have incredible knowledge of the Constitution. So either or on those two qualities, they would do amazing work. They have both read the Constitution multiple times and they're passionate about it and interested in it. I would say some qualities that Rita Correa has in his advantage as the Constitution Caucus Chair are that he is very proactive with his involvement with ASCSU, especially with his past legislation writing, and in particular with reaching out to other senators. He goes up to new senators, he welcomes to the Senate space. So he would do very well with the marketing aspect of this, and we want to make sure that more people are coming to the ASCSU space and getting involved. So I'd say in terms of knowledge, both of them are equal. I think Rita Correa will do a good job reaching out to people to get them more involved.
Thank you. Chair Salazar.
Hello. Sorry, everyone. I had to transition from in person to like home. But I do want to mention I want to endorse both I think Senator Doyle and Ben Doxy. I feel that both of them kind of encompass what the thing represents. I know in regard to Senator Doyle, he was able to help me a lot with my legislation, and I want to commend him for that. And then in regard to Ben, I think he is a very good support system and will represent the chair very well. And he was one of the main support systems I had when coming to ASCSU. He helped my transition and making it comfortable for me. And I, again, want to reiterate, I endorse both Senator Doyle and Ben, even though it's only one vote, but yes. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next up, Senator Melka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I'd like to say that I really think that Senator Correa, my friend Rick, would be amazing for this position. I think he has insanely good knowledge of the Constitution. He's a great leader. He was one of the first people when I joined this organization to sit me down and teach me what it was like. He has knowledge like no one else in this organization, in my opinion. And I think that he would really bring ASCSU to a higher level in the Constitution Caucus as the chair. So I fully endorse Rick for this position. And with what I said, I think he has insane knowledge and he is just an overall good leader and he has the ability to just bring people together. And I think for new people, he will really get them heavily involved in ASCSU. And for freshmen, he will get them heavily involved as well. There's no one else that I think would be great for this position. I fully endorse him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to ask a point of information to Speaker Pro Tempore Carcel Perez. Who was your vice chair for Constitution Caucus?
So while I didn't have an official vice chair, Parker was essentially my vice chair. He would quite literally sit right next to me. And there actually came a point last session where I myself, as the Constitution Caucus chair, wasn't too sure on something, and he quite literally pulled the answer out of thin air. He has come into Constitution Caucus with such energy, such knowledge, such passion. He quite literally told me that he reads constitutions for fun, which I find amazing and slightly scary. But still, he has done such a great job in this unofficial role as vice chair. And I would just like to really show appreciation for that.
I also just want to add on that there are not a whole lot of people that I know that know as much information about the many bylaws and constitutions and whatnot within this space as Parker. I mean, we had a meeting in University Affairs Committee. He was like, oh, according to this and according to this, and we looked it up, and sure enough, that was what that subsection said. Very few people within the space that have that in-depth knowledge, and that takes a long time. And I think that he already has a lot of that knowledge, really does help. Will say though that with Ben's previous experience in recruitment retention, I really think that'd be beneficial, especially since caucuses are having a hard time having retention. And I think that understanding of how to do recruitment retention would be fundamentally essential for the caucus to operate effectively. But I can't really see an issue with either of these candidates. It'd be a good choice either way. So that I yield.
Senator Ayala.
So I've actually been to like a Constitution Caucus meeting, and I was in one with both Senator Doyle and Senator Correa. And during that meeting, it kind of felt a little bit informal just because there was a lot of back and forth going on that wasn't like meant to be in that meeting. But I felt that Senator Doyle was very unbiased when it came to talking about the Constitution and everything that we were talking about in that meeting. So I do have confidence in Senator Doyle to be able to perform the job of the Constitution Caucus chair. And to comment on Ben Torres Doxy, I believe that he can also do the job well. He has been in Senate for multiple years, and I think he also has a good, he has probably more outreach than the two, in my opinion, with his involvement in STPS and other Senate years, and also he's just always around here. You kind of can't miss him because he's around here a lot. So I think with retention, definitely Ben would be the best because he can probably draw on more people, as well as he does have a lot of experience. But I also do have confidence in Senator Doyle and his ability to do the job as well.
Do you, Senator?
Sorry, I yield.
Thank you. Senator Ritter. Still with us? Okay. Parliamentarian, Senator Akar.
While I agree with some of the members that Senator Doyle and Senator Correa have great knowledge of the Constitution, I believe that when it comes to marketing, Senator Correa will be a great person to lead the Constitution Caucus. He has single-handedly recruited many members. When any senator joins him, he goes to them, he talks to them, he makes them feel welcome to the Senate. He tries tries to alleviate their fears and concerns about ASCSU. So I believe he will be a great person when it comes to marketing. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Ritter, are you with us?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, I just wanted to endorse Ben Torres Doxy. I have worked with him as a senator for the past 2 years, and now it's going on, and this is my 3rd year of knowing him. I worked with him as he was the recruitment and retention officer last year, and he did really amazing work and, was very dedicated to his job. And, I just remember seeing him tabling all the time and just putting in all the time. And I just wanted to say how amazing of an advocate he is, and how much he puts his heart into his work all the time. And I just wanted to say how well he would do with this chair position. And I yield.
Thank you, Chair Ati.
I think what Senator Hill said speaks to Ben Torres Doxy's ability to go over the Constitution with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that ASCSU is going to be run well. He has shown his passion for ensuring diversity, equity, and inclusion in the space, and I think that I, being the chair of the group, going over the Constitution is the best case scenario. I think that Senator Correa has proven his inability to ensure that all the voices in the space are being heard, and I'm fearful that coming through as the Constitution is overhauled. I think that Kevin Clark, who created of this caucus, wanted this to be an equitable overhaul, and Senator Correa has shown his inability to do that. I also fully believe that Senator Doyle has every facet of ability to ensure that the caucus will be accurate and careful in all of their decisions, and I would fully trust any legislation coming from that committee with him as chair, because he knows so much about this organization, easily rivaling my 3 years of knowledge with his only a couple of months. I think his abilities go above and beyond, and I would fully trust him in this position. I yield.
Thank you. Any other points of discussion and debate? Seeing none, so this will be done by secret ballot since it's an election. The last time we did a secret ballot, it was when the 3 candidates for LSAB, and there were 3 positions open. For this, there's only 1 position open. So on your paper, instead of writing yes, no, or abstention, you'll just write the name of the candidate that you want to be the Constitution Caucus Chair. Chair Trout.
And then point of information for the individuals on Zoom, how should they pertain that secret ballot vote?
I think there's an option where you could message the host. I will ask the host to stop screen sharing and sharing on this TV screen, just so no one else sees that vote.
Thank you for that. I yield.
I have a point of information.
Yes.
Speaker. Since there's 3 candidates for 1 position, how will it be exact tally? Just curious.
So it'll just be whoever gets the most votes. So on the paper, you'll write who you want to be Constitution Caucus Chair. And if you choose to abstain, then you write abstain rather than writing any name. So that's how that's going to work. Senator Kilburn.
One personal privilege. Is there any way we can show the 3 names so we can make sure we're like doing it right?
Yeah. Yeah. So go ahead and get Rithix. And then the other candidate is Ben, if everyone's fine with remembering Ben.
And then the people online, can they just message through Slack?
Yeah, the folks online, if you want to message on Slack as well, that's fine. To Vaishnavi.
Yeah.
And then when you're done, go ahead and bring them to the front.
Like a legal ballot harvesting means, sir. Sorry, not bad. Not bad. I can't do it. I can't go back.
Has everyone in the room voted? Cool.
Did you just say you forgot to vote?
Yeah, I'm just gonna abstain. I'm not adding that.
Okay.
And then save all those ballots for me.
So there are 29 total votes, and the candidate with 17 votes, garnering the most votes, is candidate Doyle. Candidate Doyle is the new Constitution Caucus chair. If someone could bring all the candidates in.
Can I be the one to tell him congratulations?
Sure, go ahead, Kim. They're in here
See in
now.
the space?
Yeah.
Hi, Parker. Congratulations. I am now passing the torch on to you.
Chief Justice will administer the oath of office.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Parker Doyle,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Rats. So now we'll do ending roll call. I usually don't like to do this, but I would entertain a motion to use beginning roll call as the
I'd
main.
like to make a motion to use beginning roll call as ending roll call.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of using beginning roll call as ending roll call, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? This passes. So caucus report, women's caucus, do you have a report?
Women's caucus meets every Tuesday from 4 to 5 p.m. Come hang out with me and discuss anything that's on your mind or any legislation that you'd like to start writing or pass. And I yield.
Thanks. Constitution caucus, do you have something?
Not presently. I will try to come up with a agenda and post that as soon as I can on the Constitution Caucus Slack.
I have a question. Are you gonna at least are meet at the same time as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then D&I caucus, if you're still with us.
Yes,
There's
I am.
something.
Sorry, I am still here. D&I caucus meets tomorrow from 3 to 4. I'm so sorry if you can hear my dog in the background. But we meet 3 to 4. We're doing elections of vice chair and secretary. So please come out and do that if you're wanting to be nominated.
Thank you. Committee reports, internal.
Sorry, I was confused on which one of us was giving a report. So once again, our Internal Affairs Committee meets Mondays 12 to 1. So please show up. We go over a large amount of important things. This past week, we discharged 2 Lexes, surprisingly, one for guidances on special sections and another Lex for ratifying a failing of ASCSU accessibility. Please come to our next meeting next week. Thank you. See you. I just want to quickly add to my awesome vice chair there. So good. I'm done.
Thank you. Budgetary.
Budgetary will be meeting tomorrow as usual at 5, and we will go over a new bill and reviewing the House of Overs bill just for the sake of having ASCSU people look over in a bit more detail, although everything is still official with that, and then discussing ideas for the future. And that is it.
Thank you. University.
Good evening, y'all. It's been a long night. I of all people know that. So I appreciate y'all sticking it out. We will be going over the vote of confidence like on Monday. Again, the committee is from 4 to 5. If we have time, I would like to bring up resources regarding the voting season that is in like a month, just so people have a little bit of an understanding of that. But if we don't have time for that, then we don't have time for it. I don't care. And I will, just for transparency, I'm just going to give my senator report in the Slack. So no long ones from me. Thanks y'all for an incredible night, and I yield.
Thank you. Speaker Pro Tempore, Caracero Perez, do you have something?
Sorry, yes, I do. Howdy, y'all. For those of y'all that are new in the space, I'm the Speaker Pro Tempore. My name is Kimberly Caracero Perez. I use the she, her, a series of pronouns. I am at home because I'm going to Texas tomorrow. So unfortunately, I couldn't see your gorgeous faces today. But for now, I don't have much. Just the end of Latinx History Month is on Friday. And I would highly encourage y'all to go to El Centro's Inclusive Excellence Symposium. This is something that could count towards y'all's office hours. And we also do encourage y'all to go to STPS events. I am actually one of the people on the panel. So if you need a buddy to go with, I would highly encourage you to attend. That's all, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you. I'll go to,
I have a question. Point of information, when is that symposium?
Kim.
Hello? Yes, so that symposium is on Monday, October 17th from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m.
Parliamentarian Sanar.
Hello, thanks for staying here tonight. The conference committee will be meeting every Wednesday morning, 11 a.m. Thank you.
Officer Bukari.
You guys, thanks for staying till the end. I think there's another YouTube videos. Thanks for watching it. Okay. Thanks for doing the questionnaire. I'll be compiling those responses and then I'll do a little presentation next week. I'm planning to do that every week. So I appreciate your attendance and participation. And then hopefully we can make those groups with collective legislation on that. Additionally, I will start reaching out to people about their attendance in this space and also attendance in committees. You are required to have hours in this space, however that may be. That could be committee, writing bills, working with other people, canvassing, however you choose to do that, that's up to you. But there does have to be accountability in this space. And we are working on trying to make that office much nicer because it looks like a cubicle right now. I know some people like that, but I like carpets and we should get carpets. That's my idea. But thanks for coming out. And also another thing is I do appreciate how this session was held. More things were explained. which I think we should start moving forward. We are still missing a large chunk of this body at this moment, which is granted because it's late, but moving forward, we could still explain things. That'd be grateful because I'm also new in this space and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Point of information, will the watermark stay for all the Q&As?
It's subject to change every week.
Okay, as long as it's a watermark of some kind.
I got you.
Otherwise I'll boycott.
It has to be cute.
That's subjective. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, not much I have. Over the past week and a half, I met with folks like Pam Norris, Vice President for Student Affairs Blanche Hughes, Ali Raza, provided me some great information, some great feedback, and I'm learning a lot. I'll continue to learn, and again, that offer that I've extended to all senators to meet up with me. We'll just talk, get to know each other. I hope you're willing to meet me there, meet me halfway in doing that. Utah State is coming on Friday, so if you do want to be involved in that, let me know, let Jess know. I don't know how many senators we already have involved in that, but I don't think it's at capacity thus far. So come on, we'll exchange some ideas with Utah State, and then we'll beat the brakes off of them on Saturday. So
I have a point of information regarding that, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Let's say we can't make it all of it, just like for the lunch, where will we meet, or can that be, is that okay?
As far as I know, I don't know if we're meeting here and then going to Pueblo Viejo. Yeah, so that's the case if you need a carpool or anything, or like meet up here. Oh, yeah, we are taking bus. So meet up here at that time. There's a detailed agenda with everything. That time is on the agenda. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, it does, sir.
Cool. It's really all I have for you. I don't want to keep you too long. Thanks for being here. As Farad said, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. Okay. Senator and Associate reports. Chair Trout.
I'm sorry, I lied to my teeth. If you are an off-campus student and you want a free snow shovel, come to OCL. We'll give you a free snow shovel. Who doesn't want a free snow shovel? I want a free snow shovel. You'll want a free snow shovel. That's all I have.
Senator Hill.
I want to recognize, first of all, that it's 11 p.m. and I want to, what do you call it? Shout out to every senator who spent their night, especially on midterms week, to be here. It is so awesome for everybody, and I want to give a round of applause. Thank you for your service. The student body thanks you, and I thank you. First of all, I'm working on three things all at once. First is the Housing and Dining Act. I'm writing a bill called the Housing and Dining Accountability Act. I think that there should be a lot of reform with housing and dining due to I see as many inequities and poor management. And so I want to direct some I want to work with some executive members, especially Director Noah Burge, whose job is for Director Community. I think that's what it is, Community Affairs. Am I wrong?
Noah Burge is Director of Housing and Security.
Housing and Security, I'm sorry. My apologies. To work on this agenda. Second thing, I'm working on a bill to, I'm going to be reaching out to Director Silverheart to work on a vaccine drive, making COVID vaccines and flu vaccines more accessible to the student body. I think that's important, you know. And third thing is to work with my colleague, Senator Correa, to talk with the Captain Jake Callahan for the CCPD and see data from the my bike bill that was passed. Director Benton Rossler helped me. Thank you. To Benton, and yeah, that's all I have for my report. I want to thank everybody for being here. Today has been pretty good, pretty civil. Let's keep it up. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Schumer.
Hi, y'all. Happy homecoming. Just a little segue into tailgating. ALVS is doing their chili cook-off on Saturday, October 15th, 2020. We are starting at 2 p.m. at the IM Fields. If you want to be a participant, I don't think that you need to sign up. It's only if you want to put your chili into the cook-off. If you are doing that, there's flyers around the ALVS office, and there's also, I can send you the flyer on my phone. There's a QR code where you can sign up. And then if you do sign up, go see Ben and get a placement of where you'll be in the IM Fields. I will be there. So if you want to put your chili against mine, there are prizes. There's going to be a first, second, and third place prize for a scholarship. Anybody is interested in that or just wants to come hang out and eat some chili. I heard that engineering is doing hot dogs, so maybe they can put their tent like pretty close to mine. But yeah, so happy homecoming and let's go Rams. Speaker, I yield. Yeah.
Quick question. Does it have to be chili made by us?
Yes, so it has to be homemade, and there are a little bit of parameters. I can send you those if you're interested for us. Other than that, yeah, they just asked that it's student. So I tried to get my dad to go in, but he was like, you have to do it. So it's me and him. So yeah.
Cool. Associate Senator Aslan.
Hi again. Real quickly, I just want to say, I want to keep this very short for y'all. Thank you again for how we have handled this night and everything that has shown up. I'm very happy that my first experience with a bill in this space went very well. I know that's not going to happen all the time, but thank you for helping with that. The next thing coming up for Pride Center, because it is LGBTQIA History Month, is on, I'm going to notify you guys just really early. On October 17th and 18th, there will be salsa nights held in the LSC Theater. These are open to everyone, whoever wants to come. It's really fun. Please come, y'all, have fun, do dance salsa, learn salsa, be out in the community and meet people, meet your constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Hill.
I'm going to do something. For the purposes of tradition, I'm going to motion to put the fight song before adjournment. I know my
I need to take away your speaking.
We're going to do it. I'm going to go, what the heck, right? Motion made.
You know what? I amend your motion as long as Speaker DeSalvo sings it. I will vote yes.
So
second
just wait, just to clarify. Do I sing it by myself or with the help of the body?
You know what? We will clap, but you have to sing.
I will actually, Charity, you know what? I'll amend my motion.
Okay, cool.
Can we do that with unanimous consent?
I'd like to motion for unanimous consent.
I can't really dissent to that because I don't have voting rights. I mean, oh, you dissent. Thank you, Senator Taylor. I feel like we should do it as a team. But I'll do it loud if that helps. Is that fine?
I will clap, but you have to sing.
The motion has been made and it will stand.
Okay.
Come on, it's homecoming week.
Okay.
Just this once.
Okay, we'll do this by a voice vote. All those in favor of doing the fight song, you clapping very loudly so that it drowns out my singing. Say aye.
Aye.
All
You
those
have to sing into the microphone.
Okay, I did not say that.
Yeah, that stipulation was not made before the vote was called.
But a point of personal privilege, we are an accessible space here.
Okay. This is cruel. President Long. Listen, no. Would you amend the motion to make President Long sing it?
I'd like to amend the motion to
With me.
President Long to make both President Long and Nick sing
I
the
agree.
fight song.
See, I agree with
into the
that.
microphone.
President Long, are you cool with that?
Microphone.
Are you cool with that, President Long? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstentions. Let's do it. Ooh. Yeah, let's do it. You gotta start with the clapping though.
I on you stalwart ramp on to the call. Hear the buffaloes line asunder, as down the field we thunder. Knights of the green and gold, fight with all your might. Say what? Fight on you stalwart ram team, fight, 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 go Rams!
Okay, we adjourn.
Let's go.
I know it's late. If anyone needs a ride home because it is late, please let anyone who has a car know. Okay, like meet us up front here and we will give you rides. It's late, it's dark, I don't want you walking home. Thank you.
Pretty unorthodox.
I sure did.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it. I got you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you.